To the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is March 9th, 2026, and we will start with a roll call, please.
Sorry, Mayor.
It's okay. No worries.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Mayor.
Here.
Councilmember Nomura.
Here.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Here.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Here. And if you are willing and able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will begin our city council meeting today with an introduction. We will be introducing Dan Stefano, Carpinteria, Summerlin Fire Protection District Fire Chief. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for having me today. It is such an honor to be here and be in the community. I started just over a month ago, and it's been a fantastic introduction and just an incredibly warm welcome from the community. I know we had a badge pinning ceremony and swearing in, and saw a number of you there, so I certainly appreciate that. A little bit about myself. I have over 30 years in the fire service as a professional firefighter. The last 12 years was serving in the city of Costa Mesa, and prior to that, 18 years in the city of Laguna Beach in a range of different roles, working with a lot of different partners. And I was also involved with working at the state level. I was president of the California Fire Chiefs Association, and I sat on the board for the League of California Cities. So I was fortunate to have a lot of different interactions with stakeholders at the local level all the way to the statewide level. And so I bring that in to the community here. Also exciting because my wife grew up in the area, and she's part of a multi-generational family here in Carpinteria and in the Santa Barbara coast. So that's been something that's been very special. And then as far as the district goes, it's an incredible district. Our board has been extremely supportive, and I certainly appreciate their trust in bringing me on board. And the team that we have, the professional men and women, are just an exceptional group, and we're proud and fortunate to serve. I've already had the opportunity here in the city with City Manager Mike Ramirez, who's done a great job of bringing me in. I had my first all-hands meeting with the entire staff, so that was a great privilege as well. And then, of course, with my law enforcement brothers and sisters. So again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come in and just introduce myself. I'll make myself available for any one-on-one conversations with the council, with staff, and I look forward to working with the staff and certainly the community. So again, thank you for the warm welcome. I appreciate the opportunity for the introduction. Thank you.
I'd love to open it up to the council if there's any questions you all may have. Yes.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say welcome on behalf of our community of Carpinteria. It was wonderful to meet your family, and really look forward to having you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say congratulations. We're welcome aboard. I wanted to give Raylene a little shout out first. Ray, is this a thumbs up or thumbs down for this guy? Hey, there we go. Thank you.
Well, we all look forward to working with you. So thank you so much for choosing Carpinteria to really work here and build community, continue to build the community that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will go ahead and close public comment, and we will now move on to the next item on our agenda, item number 2, which is mayoral recognitions to Morning Rotary and the Lions Club for their combined donation of $10,000 in support of the Tumult Interpretive Play Area. I'll look to staff if there's any comment you all would like to make before I read this recognition.
Oh, Mayor, we're just very grateful to have them here today. We know that that there's a number of things in the city with our pool and our parks where we've really been needing the help of our community members, and they have stepped up in a big way. And this is just a sign of all of those great things that are going on out there to work with the city to get some amazing things done. So.
Great, thank you. So, the City of Carpinteria proudly recognizes the Morning Rotary of Carpinteria Charitable Foundation, Inc. and the Lions Club of Carpinteria for their generous combined donation of $10,000 in support of replacing the playmats at the Tamol Interpretive Play Area. Both organizations are dedicated to serving our community and are excited about the positive impact this donation will bring. And with that, I'd like to bring up representatives of either of the clubs if you'd like to share a few words.
At what point it's appropriate to have them all come up and issue a ceremonial check? I guess at the conclusion of my remarks, we'll step forward and issue a ceremonial check. My name is Steve Gertice, and I'm honored to serve as the president of the Rotary Club of Carpinteria Morning. On behalf of the Morning Rotary Club Charitable Foundation, I am pleased to present a $10,000 donation to the City of Carpinteria in support of the replacement of the fall zone mats at the Tamale Interpretive Play Area. I want to acknowledge that this donation includes a generous $4,750 contribution from the Lions Club of Carpinteria that was raised through their 2025 Festival of Trees events. We are deeply grateful for their partnership and shared commitment to projects to strengthen our community. Both the Rotary Club of Carpinteria Morning and the Lions Club of Carpinteria are dedicated to service and are excited about the positive impact this contribution will have on the play area and the families that enjoy it. This donation also marks the beginning of a new chapter of community engagement through the launch of the Morning Rotary Club's Tamale Interpretive Play Area Committee. We look forward to collaborating closely with the city to support the ongoing refurbishment and enhancement of this cherished community space. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the current president of the Carpinteria Lions, and I'm really happy that we were able to join the Rotary and presenting these funds. These funds came from the Christmas tree that we had, the Christmas tree that we had at the Art Center, and I want to thank all the participants, both the sponsors and those who bought tickets to make this available. Thank you.
And I'll just invite the council to share a few words, if anyone would like, before we take a photo with the ceremonial check. And then, of course, I'd invite all the members up for a photo as well.
Sure. And I'd just like to thank the clubs for really stepping up. That's a very well-received amenity in our town and a very needed money and thing to do at this time to keep it going. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just, one thing I think you continuously show us in Carpinteria is that we can always depend on the Lions Club and Rotary to show up in support of our community, no matter if it's large or small. So I just thank you so much.
And before, I know Councilmember Murrah has some special remarks to make, but I just want to add my thanks to both clubs. It's great to see the great turnout here amongst your membership too, and it shows your dedication to the things that make CARP so important. So thank you.
I'd like to also congratulate and thank both of the clubs for their efforts in this one. I was the general coordinator of the Tamale Interpretive Play Area, and back then we figured everything's brand new. We'd have no problem with it lasting forever, as promised by the contractors. But with the wear and tear and having thousands of kids literally go through there each and every week, it was bound to come to a point where we did this one. The unfortunate part is that the city was not able to participate as much as we'd like to, but by you stepping up and working together jointly, the Lions and the Rotarians, I'd like to commend both of you for showing support of this community. That's one of those parks that everybody loves here, and people from all over the state literally come here to visit that. So because of your efforts, we'd like to sincerely thank you for your efforts.
And similar to my colleagues, I'd like to thank both of the clubs for really standing up and stepping up to the plate. This park, similar to what Councilmember Nomura said not too long ago, the council was discussing. And so it's really nice that we have you all in this community to really step up and to help us in so many more ways. So thank you. And with that, I'd invite you to come up with the ceremonial check, and then I'll invite the rest of the members.
I made it. She only invited 3 of us. Why didn't Ray invite more people?
We got a couple phones. Sorry, Al. Okay. Oh. They look like the heavens are coming down.
Yeah, did you see that it's in your eyes? No, you're
If he could step down to the ground. Yeah. Hey, okay. That's it. 1, 2, 3. There's 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There's 2.
Stay where you are. Here we go. Taking photos. Everybody's happy. Perfect.
I don't know which one's yours. Okay, that one. Okay. You're welcome.
And there's just a few more words that the club member would like to share.
Sure.
Please feel free.
My name is Susie Schneider, and I am the chair of Carpinteria Morning Rotary's Friends of Tomel Interpretive Play Area Committee. And we just want to excitedly let you know this contribution also launches the revitalization of the Friends of the Tomel Interpretive Play Area Committee. And we look forward to working with the city and our community to steward and enhance this special place for Carpinteria families. So look forward to some exciting collaboration with the city on opportunities to enhance the park.
Thank you. Great. And before we move on, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment, and we will now move on to the next. We can give those, yes. Do you mind?
Steve, Ray, you guys want to come up?
Okay.
And those are the official mayoral recognition certificates. Thank you. Okay, before we move on, is there anything else? We're all covered. Good. We're good. Okay, we will now move on to item number 3, which is the sheriff's recap. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Carpinteria city staff, and members of Carpinteria. For my report for the month of February, I have about 3 cases here to highlight for you. In the 4,000 block of Foothill, we had a transient male enter the 2 victims' unlocked residence while they were sleeping. The suspect made some nonsensical threats about the residence being on stolen land and it belongs to somebody else. The suspect left the residence. Deputies did search the area but were unable to locate him. In the 4,500 block of Foothill Road, we had a burglary at a marijuana farm. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, deputies responded to a burglary in progress at a cannabis farm with masked suspects armed with handguns. A deputy was able to locate an involved vehicle fleeing the scene. As that vehicle attempted to accelerate and leave, it hit a sharp turn and rolled over on Santa Monica Road, crashing. Other involved vehicles continue to flee westbound on Foothill Road. I think there was an excess of 15 vehicles involved in this. Deputies arrested 3 occupants of that crash vehicle at gunpoint. One subject failing to obey simple commands was tasered. Those 3 were taken into custody without further incident. 2 of them were determined to be juveniles, and 1 was an adult. They were charged with numerous charges: burglary, conspiracy, obstruction of the deputies, possession of an unregistered firearm, which was found in the vehicle, a felon in possession of a firearm, contributing to the delinquence of a minor, and other charges. So 2 were booked in juvenile hall. 1 adult male was booked here at the jail. They were all from out of town, the LA area. The assistance that the Carpinteria deputies did obtain from surrounding agencies, we had Goleta units that came, 2 of our canine units showed up, our air support was here. Ventura Sheriff's Office and their drone unit came to assist, Santa Barbara PD and CHP as well in the search for the other outstanding suspect. They did later discovered that one more vehicle was involved in a crash on the Foothill Road in Cravens Lane. That vehicle was abandoned, and witnesses reported 2 other vehicles coming back and picking up those occupants. Since the middle of January of this year, Carpinteria has had 7 cannabis farm burglaries. On this particular incident, detectives have worked with LA area detectives and have made several arrests. But there's ongoing investigations. And then in the 4900 block of Carpinteria Avenue, again, we had some graffiti where some deputies on patrol saw gang-related graffiti observed on the eastern wall of a business, and it was consistent with a local street gang. A request for graffiti removal was sent to code compliance, and we had 2 of these reports this month of gang graffiti. And just to note on that, I know a lot of people will have some concerns, but I want to assure you that your police, the sheriff's office, and your Carpinteria police deputies are always looking for trends or crimes in the city. So if the night shift comes across something, or if the day shift comes across something, we put that in our own recap and we pass that on to the next shift. So we're very in tune of what's going on in the neighborhoods. And then I do suggest, if you do see any of this, that you call it in as well. And deputies we also share information with other agencies, like I said, Ventura SO, Sheriff's Office, or Santa Barbara PD. A lot of times things will intermingle. Our gang-related crimes will go with Santa Barbara or Ventura. So there's a lot of information sharing that goes on behind the scenes. And for any serious incidents, we have specialized detectives that will come out and investigate those crimes. For our community outreach on February 6th, your Carpinteria PIO and the Abuelas group toured the Carpinteria Police Station. The group consisted of about 15 to 20 grandparents and 1 grandchild. The tour was presented in Spanish, and they had a tour of our briefing room, report writing room, locker room, evidence room. We do have a sleep room there for deputies that live further away. So they got, and the patrol vehicles, so they got a good firsthand picture of everything that we do and what we utilize. They were provided insight of what gear deputies wear, and how much the worn gear and how much these gear this weighs, the vest and the belt with everything on it. They were introduced to less lethal and lethal equipment that we utilize. We also talked about, I wasn't there, but they did talk about shift change and kind of help you understand why some days you'll see deputies and then maybe 4 months later you'll see a whole brand new set of deputies, and that's because we were on a 4-month shift rotation, work 6 to 6. So for 4 months you'll see the same deputies on day shift, and you'll have another set of deputies on night, and then they'll rotate. So all those that were at night, now they come to days. So that, and the fact that maybe they might transfer to Goleta or some specialty assignment, but that's the majority of it. They rotate every 4 months. So that if you think you haven't seen this person for a while, and then 4 months later you see him again because he's been working nights. Also talked about the different specialty units available in the department, and then specifically talked about what the goal of your Carpinteria Police Department is, and that's to serve and protect the community in a partnership with the community. So we wanted to make that very clear. Chief's message, again, call 911 for your emergencies. For any non-emergency, call 805-683-2724. And I want to remind you to remember to lock your doors in both your vehicle and your residence, as we saw that first case I discussed where the doors were unlocked and somebody just walked in the house. It's also a good idea to have your house well lit with exterior lighting and motion sensors that will activate, the lights when somebody or something walks by. And I do recommend getting a quality surveillance camera. That way we can determine and maybe zoom in and actually get some type of facial feature from that. If you have a poor quality camera and we could tell you, yes, that is a person that's there and that's the extent of it, doesn't do us very much good. Also, along another important line here, the City of Carpinteria and MOVE from Santa Barbara County, your Carpinteria Police Department and schools have been working diligently to address the safety issues with e-bikes and bicycles and the lack of adherence to the vehicle code and safety practices. So we've been working on this campaign that's going to involve a lot of outreach and education. It's already started. We're going to continue with that, but it is going to be followed up by enforcement action that will be coming soon. I'm going to give you a few helpful considerations for all bike riders, not just juveniles, for adults and everybody. And if we can get these right, we're going to be way ahead of the game. Ride with the flow of traffic. So a bicycle is subject to all the same rules of the road as a vehicle. So you cannot ride your bicycle in the lane against traffic this way. You need to ride with the flow of traffic. Stop at red lights and stop sign. Vehicle code, you have to do that riding a bicycle. Anybody under 18 years old must properly wear your helmet. You have to properly secure it. Having your helmet not clicked or properly fastened doesn't do you much good. And do not ride illegal e-bikes on a public roadway. Some of these bicycles that parents are buying, I suggest you educate yourself to if you're buying a legal e-bike or not. So if it doesn't have any pedals and it just has the pegs, it's an electric motorcycle. It cannot be on a public roadway. So those can get towed, and they will get towed. And sometimes you may not be able to get it back because they're impossible to register. So please, before you spend $2,000, $3,000, or maybe more, make sure you know what you're getting. I want to make sure that everybody knows that this enforcement will apply to all e-bike and bicycle riders. So across the board, there's no age limit involved. So please share this information with everybody that you know ride bikes. Talk to your kids and everybody else that it's going to be coming, that we're going to start enforcing these bicycle laws. So we want everybody to be safe. We have too many accidents. Too many people riding through. We get lucky a lot, but we have sometimes where we just don't. We want to prevent something bad from happening. And for me, that's my end of report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions from council?
Just a follow-up on the last item you mentioned. What are some of those enforcement consequences that are going to be coming? It sounds like you're going to be doing a lot of outreach, but just in case for folks that might be listening today,
right.
What will that look like?
So the city, they've passed this for certain individuals. You could, if you get a city ordinance citation, you'll be getting that, and there's a restorative justice if that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
But we are going to bring in special units to conduct enforcement as well. So you're not only going to have your deputies here, we're going to bring in special units they're going to be here particularly to enforce that. So, and then also, just a reminder, the vehicle code comes into play even right now. So this is not a new thing. I mean, we're trying a new route, right? Which I think would be better for everybody. We want education and compliance. We want people to be safe and comply. We don't necessarily want to give tickets, but we're going to get to that point, and we want to try to prevent that. So that's why I would, like if everybody would spread the word. So, but we're going to be out there. We're going to have specialty units out there as well. But there's going to be a lot of warning. We'll issue some warnings or whatnot, and we're going to gradually lead up to it.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments for our sheriff? Seeing none. Well, I appreciate your report. There was a few things that you touched on. A few big things it seemed like really happened in the last few months, but the cannabis burglaries. I appreciated you sharing with the public that making sure that, cars are locked, people need to be vigilant and all that. But is there anything else you would like to share with the community or any other kind of, not even tips or tricks, but like suggestions in terms of the cannabis burglaries that might be happening?
Well, these are very specific, right? So this is a targeted location. So it's not like if you're going to be walking down Linden and there's going to be some random attack, right? So, these are very specific, certain times, certain groups are here to victimize these places. I would say to these, I got a couple numbers that I need to make some phone calls, but we need to maybe beef up some security. But I don't think there's anything that the public or the community could do itself to prevent this, because these are orchestrated crimes. They're not crimes of just on a whim. These are well thought out crimes that are happening. So that's all I can say is we probably maybe have some better security, some better surveillance, but those would be for more of the growers themselves.
Okay. And in terms of the graffiti that you've seen, do you feel like it's increased, or the gang graffiti that it's increased in the last several months, or do you feel like it's been pretty?
So I know we've had 2 reports this month, and that's just 2 that's been reported. I don't know what's not been reported, right? And then I think maybe a couple months ago we had maybe 6 instances. So I would say within the last year, that's probably an increase, which leads me to believe that, okay, there's something transpired here. Maybe somebody's, sparking it back up, or maybe somebody's more active and recruiting others or whatnot. So that would lead me to believe there may be, a little bit more going on.
So if anyone sees graffiti that may be potentially gang related, what's the best way to report that? Is it through the sheriff's? Or?
Yeah, I would say call the sheriff's office, and then we'll get with the code compliance or whatnot. And I'd like to make a report of it, right? So we want to document it. And a lot of times, if you call us, we could get out there, take photos. That potentially getting some of the monikers or whatnot could lead us back to certain individuals. So, whether maybe we're doing a probation search somewhere or whatnot, and we add 2 and 2. And so, but I would say call your non-emergency number and make a report.
Great. And then my last question is in terms of, or maybe more so it's a comment, and Julia, please share if I'm missing anything. Julia and I have been a part of the e-conveyance committee, and we've worked really hard in collaborating with the sheriffs and Santa Barbara Unified School District to roll this outreach and education plan out. But I will say that we have been really vigilant, or really we want to ensure that we protect the community, and this ordinance is one way to do that. And we are very serious in terms of, yes, the education, but also the enforcement of it. And so we want to make sure that we really do get the word out. And this isn't just targeting young kids, although we see a lot of young kids who might not be stopping at stop signs, but this is really for everyone out in the community, and the importance of obeying these laws. If there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, I would just add that we at the city are we're very aware of where we live. This is a beautiful and an incredible place to ride a bike, and riding a bike is a really easy way for our community members to get around, including our kids, to get to school. So, but it has to be done safely, and the laws are there to protect us, and with the prevalence and the rise of e-bikes, that's where we're seeing, regular bike riding becoming actually something that's dangerous. So, we're trying to balance it all together, being safe while encouraging, healthy, safe bike riding. So I think we did a good job, and I'm really appreciate all of your hard work to get it there.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay. We will now, I appreciate your report out, and we will now open up public comment. I do have a speaker slip for Rogelio Delgado.
Thank you, Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. Now I know whenever I see a patrol car, that symbol to protect and to serve. First of all, I would like to thank our police chief for protecting our Carpinteria residents. in a safe way, meaning that officers de-escalate situations in order not to have violence. In other cities, big or small, there's violence, there's shootings, there's a lot of crime. In Carp, we don't have that. We don't have shootings. We don't have violence because our officers are just there to serve and protect our Carpinteria residents. Now, point number 2, it's about serving. Last Sunday, 4 a.m., my sister had, all of a sudden, her car stopped in front of exiting the freeway in front of McDonald's. She was about to turn to the right, and the car just stopped right there. Called AAA, waited for half an hour, nothing. Call again. He said, well, there's one tow driver for all emergencies, so it may take longer. So I call, and that's well, we're gonna contract another Santa Barbara towing. Same situation, nothing at all. Then Officer Blanco and Officer Villegas show up. I didn't call them, but they saw the car on a dangerous spot. And the car couldn't be towed because the car couldn't move forward. Could be the axle, or could maybe the engine or the transmission, but couldn't be moved. And they call AAA. Same issue, nothing for hours. So, meaning that if you're stuck whether on the freeway or not, you're stuck for hours in the middle of the night. So what did they do? The car would only move on reverse, not an inch forward, but only on reverse. So one Officer Blanco actually drove it on reverse, and the other Deputy Officer Villegas was protecting him with red lights. So they were able to park it at McDonald's. Actually, that's where my sister works, at McDonald's at 4 a.m. And so I would like to thank our police chief and their officers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment, and we will move on to the next item on our agenda for the Library Board of Trustees. And I'd like to call to order and request a roll call, please.
All right, President Alarcon, all board members are present and accounted for.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments? So this is time for public comments on matters not otherwise on the agenda, but within the subject matter of the Carpinteria Library Board of Trustees. I do have one speaker slip, and this is for Hazel. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear City Librarians, we, the Carpinteria Community Library Teen Advisory Board, have thought through the ways to attract more teens to the library. One major idea comes to mind. Specifically, we would like to get a special designated library-only gaming console to keep in the library. It has been noticed that several of the Nintendo Switch games have been checked out and have failed to return. This is a major problem because if we were to start a gaming club, which we want to do, we would need a console and a game, and games that would be sure to be there every time we were going to have a meeting of the gaming club. For that reason, we are requesting that you purchase a console specifically to stay at the library for library exclusive use. Thank you.
Thank you. And are these two, are these two other members of the teen council? I'd love for you all to introduce yourself.
Hi.
And you can step up to the mic, yeah.
Hi, I'm Christian Kane. I'm also a member of the Teen Advisory Board for the Carpinteria Community Library.
Welcome.
I'm River Irvin, also a member of the Carpinteria Teen Advisory Board.
Welcome. Well, I appreciate your public comment and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And I do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, once again, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment. And we will move on to item number 4, which is the approval of minutes of the regular meeting held February 9th, 2026.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held February 9th, 2026. I lost my
Second.
place, I'm sorry.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm also noticing there is an opportunity for public comment on item number 4. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
We have no Zoom speakers.
I will close public comment for that item. Item number 5, which is the Carpinteria Community Library Monthly Report, March 2026.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor, City Council members, City of Carpinteria staff, library staff, members of the Teen Advisory Board. Thank you for coming. It is impressive. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate your work in the library. You are welcome to come to this and these meetings and do any comments you would like. And I'm going to buy the console for you guys and have our program that you have suggestions. In regards of our programming this last month, we have several, as always, several new programs, especially in February 7th, the Valentine's Craft Workshop. In February 16th, even though it was a holiday day, we had our book club and we read the personal librarian. On February 19th, I would like to highlight this event. We had a Cathy Bacchus celebration, a celebration honoring Cathy Bacchus in recognition of her extraordinary generosity and community impact. During the event, it was announced that she has donated over $75,000 to the Friends of the Library. That's going to be for the library at the end. The Friends of the Library always support us with the development of our collection and implementation of programs. Anything that the library needs, they are always there to support us, and thank you for that. On February 21st, we have our Lunar New Year celebration. It was a wonderful gathering with more than 100 people in the library. We have a workshop regarding noodle making, Chinese noodle making. Also, we have music, traditional Chinese music from a group from the Kate schools, the Guseng and Basking Club. And it was wonderful to see all the community, the Asian community in the library, everybody else sharing the cultural aspects of the Chinese community. Also, in February 27, we have our movie night. We screen Soul in recognition of Black History Month. And of course, we have our ongoing library programs. If you want to see all the programming that we have in the library, please visit the library website at carpinterialibrary.org. You will see the calendar there and all the diverse options that we offer to the community. In regards of library outreach, we start a partnership with the parents of homeschoolers in Carpinteria, and we received 2 groups during the month. 11 kids and 13 students that visit the library and did some research regarding their subjects that they want to explore. Also, we receive a Kate School volunteer group. They help us doing several kind of technical work in the library. In regards of partnerships and grants, in an effort to strengthen our partnership with the local business community, we partner with Rory's Creamery, ice cream. So we designate February as the library month, and everybody who got a new library card or check out a book receive a ticket, so they will be able to go to the Rory's Creamery and get a free scoop of ice cream. It was wonderful to work with a business, local business, and I called all the business in Carpinteria to try to talk to us, and we will find a way to promote their business. We have a lot of connections in the community, so this is a great avenue to promote any business in Carpinteria through the library. Also, I'm pleased to announce that we got, we received the California State Library Rural Health Connection Grant. We received a very interesting collection regarding rural health. We have received state-of-the-art video conferencing kits, cameras, TV, more technological stuff in order to make presentations with experts, health experts that are not in Carpinteria, but because this connectivity technology that we have received, we are able to connect with any experts around the country. Also, we have received several digital blood pressure kits that are going to be part of our library of teens. So people who would like to check out our blood kit, blood measure kits, they are able to do so. And we are going to have a couple of kits in the library. Whoever wants to check their blood pressure is welcome to come to the library. They will be able to use those kits for that regards. And finally, as you know, we were part of the California State Library Every Story Counts Week from January 25th to January 31st. And I would like to share the results of that survey. Okay. So the California State Library worked with several public libraries around the state. We decided to participate in this survey. They made a survey. The survey consists of 6 questions, actually. They prepared the first ones, and the last one was something that I add. They received the answers directly. We provide paper questions or surveys in the library, every table, every day during this week. Every paper survey that was filled out in the library, we send it to the California State Library. They receive the digital version of answers directly. We have this survey in our social media and also on our website. 68 people were able to answer the questions. They were surveys in English and in Spanish. And the first question says, very simple. Tell us about your experience at the library. And the options were: I feel welcome, I connect with other people, I trust the information from the library, I plan to come back, and other people were able to say whatever they would like. Because transparency, they receive everything. The library wasn't able to see any result until the end. So, I feel welcome received 92.65%. And I plan to come back, again, 92.65. This is, some libraries take these questions as an approval rating of the library, and I'm very proud to receive 92%, which is really, really high. Also, it's very important to say that 79%, more than 79% trust the information from the library. Also, 70% of the people connect with other people. So it's not only, the library is not only information, it's also a social place to know more people in a different way or different kind of explorations. So these are the questions, the answers that the author decide to put over there. For example, they say service provided are necessary, very helpful and friendly, cool people, this library is my happy place, volunteer, library is always a good place to get information and help with computers, just don't like when children are too noisy, I'm not able to help with that. I love our CARP library, very accommodating to numerous groups, always warm and inviting at the library. Very positive, and I thank my library staff for so. Okay. Question 2, please tell us how you use the library, including in the building, in the community, online, etc. I use the library too, and several options. And our main strong points were borrow items, 88%, attend programs and events, 80%. That it reflects actually the reality, what we are offering in the library, very dynamic, right? And also it's very important to notice that get information, 58%, and spend time with people, 57%. There's some graphics over there. That question 3 is about demographics, who answer the questions, mainly older adults, teenagers, child, 0 to 5. Many adults answer the questions, thinking in their children too. And it's very important to see that even though it's 11%, teenagers were able to or willing to answer these questions. Even usually they don't answer here, it's very low, but we surpassed the 10%. And the answers, and this is very delicate. The following question is, please share anything else you would like to tell us about how you use the library. This is a very delicate question because it's an open question. They can answer whatever they want to answer. And we have a lot of answers here, even are more than 60 answers. For example, you can see there are some questions. I won't be able to read everything. It says, the Carpinteria Library is a peaceful place where all people are welcome and support you with the things that you need every day. Thank you. We love the library. My kids and I love spending time there. And we borrow books, park passes, and attend events. We are grateful for our little community library. In the next page, you will see the first answer, for example, I feel well, extremely welcome, and in my time was able to grow while learning through the assigned tasks for volunteer work. Clearly, this is a volunteer. The following says, becoming an English language tutor has been a life-altering experience for me. I have a greater sense of our community and its needs. I now also participate in management conversation about how to improve services and volunteer in other ways as well. I'm happy to belong to Carpinteria because I can visit the library to take bilingual computer class, English conversation group, and my English tutor. They have books available for you to borrow. Clearly, this is an immigrant. The following, I moved to Carp after losing our home in Palisades in January 2025. The library was a great source of comfort to me. Susan A's program of creative writing was truly a godsend to me. If we see the last one, every day is magical day here in Carp. I love that all the librarians know my name. Carp library staff, all of them are the best. Thank you, library staff. The following page, more love. One says, I applaud the library staff for all they do to make the library's resources and services available to all members of our town. It's wonderful to see how many people use it. It's a true community center where we can attend lectures and programs. Next page. I volunteer. It's a great place to volunteer. Our library is great. We made a complete overhaul to change the image and easy of use. The librarian made major changes to make the library more useful. We have a lot of talent in this small town and seem to always use that talent to find new ideas and to improve usage. More love. This is a hat for the community. I have used the Sick Book program to acquire books. Thank you, Holden. That was a great experience. I received my books quickly. This small library has everything a big library has. I borrow books, e-books, and audiobooks. I have taken Spanish language classes. I have gone to the book club when my schedule allows. I use the meeting room for Carpinteria bird watchers. I go to other programs like the All About Condors. I love the energy and uplifting atmosphere. I hope you have time to review all the answers. They are very interesting and they say a lot. And finally, question 5, which I add this question. Which library service mentioned in the previous question or any not listed are not currently offered but that you would like to see added in the future. So I'm asking what the people want, what their aspirations, what would like to see in the library. And they respond more programs, CD players, we have one, classic book, movie night, help with preparing for a job, career. I can't think of anything. The Carpinteria Library has all the services that I need at this point of my life. More speakers, series with book authors or speakers. I believe a small library with limited funding will benefit from a formal volunteer program. This is true. What else? English class in the morning, foundations directory, online, new books, any Spanish or bilingual material is always welcome. Movie nights. There are more questions, more answers, tools for home, etc. A mobile library, hopefully pretty soon. Finally, we also took pictures of that week. And these are just samples. The first person over there is a volunteer working processing books. On the right, the picture shows the computer class that we have every Monday. It's a full class. It's offered by the Santa Barbara City College. The next page. On the left, you see the knitters group. On the right, you see one of our oldest users. She is 100 years old, and she goes to the library and browses for her own books every week. Finally, this picture is from the Wild Things Talk. As you can see, our community room is full of people and very people engaged in the talking. And that's it from me. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to open up to questions from the council.
I had one follow-up question to one of the public comments that one of the teens made. Is there ever a problem with people checking things out from the library of things or books and not returning them?
No, I will say that the problem is that they don't return in time. The other problem is that they're super popular and they're always checked out. So we are going to buy more in order to fulfill the need.
Okay, so it's not that people are keeping them; it's that they're just not. Maybe they're keeping them a little longer than they should, and then they're just turning over very quickly. It sounds like.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just one quick comment. I thought the Rory's Ice Cream partnership was amazing, especially because I know I have a daughter at the middle school, and they had just all gone to get their library cards earlier in the year. So that was a really great tie-in, and I know that they used and abused that a couple times to get ice cream. But I mean, it made them check out more books and go to the library more.
It made people, especially kids, to go to the library, visit the libraries, ask for the library card, and besides the interest in the ice cream, they were able to see what is going on there and see other kids in the library, and hopefully they will come back. And it's very important to start this partnership between the public organization with the business people in Carpinteria, and it works out very well.
That's great, and I do hope other businesses reach out to get similar partnerships. I think the ice cream one showed that people, even kids, will make it work for them.
Yes, exactly.
So thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Yeah, no, not a question, but a comment. I guess it finally hit me. I think you had a great report tonight, and I'm remembering back when we were trying to figure out that we should take control of the library in our town and how to fund it and all these things, and what a big decision it was. But it's really been an amazing success. You're so proactive and so energetic and so thoughtful and reaching out and providing so many services to people. It's just amazing, shining place.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to do my best every day. And actually, it's to respond to the kindness of the people of Carpinteria. I have so many things to be grateful. I would like to express my gratitude with my work. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I have two questions or comments, just in terms of the survey, which I really appreciated reading through. There were two things that stood out to me. One of them was the idea of the children's voice being too loud. I mean, the way our I mean, it's a small library. We don't have designated children's spaces like other larger libraries do, but I'm just curious how often that maybe comes up for users. I know that there's a renovation in the patio, so that might be a separate space, but I'm curious to know how library staff.
Well, our solution is to explain to the general public, specifically for people who complains about children being noisy, that this is more than a public library. This is a family library. It's going to be active because we want the kids to express themselves freely. They feel comfortable coming back to the library because at the end they are going to start reading and loving reading. And it's going to be beneficial not only for the children, but for the whole society. And most of them are very understandable. At the end, they understand that times have changed. This is not an academic library. This is a family library for everyone. Of course, if the childs are under control, we speak with the parents, and they most of the time they respond very quickly.
I really appreciate that perspective. I like that it's really a family library. And one other thought or question just came up for me is there are also other libraries who have like a quiet room or quiet area. I know in Carpinteria we have that extra space. I'm curious to know if when that is not in use, is that also a space for adults potentially to use to just have a quieter space, or is that
the community room?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if we are able to. So in order to provide that space, it have to be. We have to be very careful because usually we prefer a staff member being present all the time observing what is going on. Mm-hmm. And if we are able to access the room or actually work at the same time that person is using the room quietly, we are going to freely offer the room. But otherwise, people is not able to stay by themselves for security reasons. Mm-hmm. So we have to be very careful in those situations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a big space with dedicated quiet rooms. Public libraries have these quiet rooms with all windows, so everybody is able to see what is going on inside. We don't have that kind of facility, but it will be appreciated if we somehow come up with something similar. But the community room is not a place for being private. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to adapt a lot. I mean, open the vision to see what is going on inside. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. That's helpful. And then just the creation of a structured volunteer program. Can you share a little bit about what you currently offer, and is that something that the library wants to continue to
Yes, create? So we have a volunteer program. Many times through the friend of the library, many times we receive high school students who would like to complete their community hours, and they work directly with us. Actually, without volunteers, we wouldn't be able to fulfill all our responsibilities. For example, reshelving or preparing books manually. We have this kind of opportunities. More structure will require maybe more staff, like a volunteer coordinator, for example. If we want something more structure, more technical, something like that. What we have right now is like a help with reshelving, simple things. Mm-hmm. Putting mylar or plastic to the books, putting some labels, bringing the books from the book drop outside, very, very simple things. Of course, we would like more, for example, experts in technology to offer more one-on-one high-tech consultations, or maybe expert or a professional in resume or job searching. So this kind of professional could help the community, because I have some answers. They say we would like to see more jobs or workforce development. That will be an area where a volunteer will help a lot. But that kind of volunteer program will require a volunteer coordinator. ideally.
Okay, great.
But it's a good thing to explore. I mean, my intention was to listen to the community directly what they want. And we are doing our best to fulfill as much as, the needs as much as possible. But sometimes it's not always the case. It will require time, a lot of resources.
Thank you. Would you like to?
Yeah, I have one more question. In the survey, I noticed there were some references to the tutoring program. I understand that our literacy coordinator is going to be moving on. When is that position going to be advertised or opened
Yes.
soon?
Yeah, we already opened the position.
Great, okay.
Yeah, last Friday. And yes, she is moving out of the country for a great job opportunity overseas. They haven't decided exactly, Stephanie haven't decided exactly when she is leaving because she's waiting for the visa from the other country. But we already start working, looking for somebody else, and hopefully overlapping, getting all the information from directly from the current volunteer.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. I appreciate
welcome.
knowing that the recruitment is on already. So thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no other questions from council, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment. I'll bring it back to the council for any other final comments, questions, and of course, a motion.
I'll move to receive and file the Carpinteria Community Library Monthly Report for March 2026.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. We will now move on to item number 6, which is new business and discussion. Any recommendations or comments from council? Seeing none. We will move on to item number 7, which is the adjournment of this meeting at 6:38. And we will now reconvene the regular meeting of the city council at 6:38. Same time. And we will hear from our city manager.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and community members. As always, I encourage everyone to read through the city manager's report. We don't always cover every item in there, and there's some helpful links. This is just meant as a brief update, and of course, if there's any items that the council wishes to go into further, we can always agendize it for a future meeting. As always, I'll be joined by several people helping me this evening, and I'll start off with Assistant City Manager Ryan Kins giving some city employee updates.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, council members, mayor. So staff is currently recruiting for several positions. Right now, we are recruiting for an accounting specialist or accounting technician. Those applications are due March 18th. We also are recruiting for the library technician 1, 2, or 3 position. That's that literacy coordinator position that Eric mentioned. The deadline to apply for that is March 29th. In addition, we're also recruiting for a part-time lifeguard program coordinator with applications due March 25th. And then finally, recruitment is underway for one of our most critical positions, which is a full-time maintenance worker 1 with applications due March 22nd. Additional information on all these current job openings is available on the city's website. Thank you.
And if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to our Community Development Director, Nick Bobroff.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening, Mayor Alarcon, council members. I have several updates for you this evening in the city manager's report. First off, I wanted to just acknowledge that the public comment period on the draft environmental impact report for the Surfliner Inn project wrapped up earlier this evening at 5 p.m. We received comments from about 80 different individuals. In some cases, we received multiple comments from some individuals, so the total number of letters is likely higher than that. So in the coming weeks here, we'll be working with our consultant to review those letters and determine where we need to make changes or clarifications or refinements to the EIR in response to those comments. And we'll ultimately publish a response to all those comments as part of the final environmental impact report when that's made available later this year. Also wrapping up today was the comment period in response to the allegations from the developer / applicant for the 5115 Ogun Road project, that the city was unduly delaying the processing of their project application. We received letters from about 60 different individuals in the community in response to that process, and again, we're reviewing those, and we'll be taking a look at those in the preparation of our response to the project applicant. I also wanted to give an update on the Chevron decommissioning project. We're making some good progress over there. The biggest news probably is that the removal of tank 861, which is the big green tank behind us, is currently coming down. So they're cutting that away with mechanical shears. The public's liable to see more activity or hear more activity going on with that. That'll take a couple weeks to take that structure down. There was also some work going on last week adjacent to the Coastal Vista Trail there next to the pier parking lot. That resulted in a temporary detour around that section of the trail. That work has been completed, and so the trail is back open for now. I anticipate there may be another short-term delay and short-term detour in a few weeks when Southern California Edison comes out to replace a power pole there adjacent to the railroad tracks. And the purpose of that work that's been going on there by the pier parking lot is to separate the source of power for the pier from the rest of the Chevron plant so that power to the rest of the plant can be turned off in facilitation of the decommissioning activities. And then finally, Chevron's also finalizing all the necessary permissions and approvals to gain access to the Sandy Beach later this month for a very short-term duration activity to go onto the Sandy Beach, expose the pipelines that cross the beach, and make the cuts of those pipelines to separate the onshore portions from the offshore portions. And then that would allow the offshore portions of those pipelines to be removed later this summer. And I should also note that, and this isn't in your city manager's report, but we did receive a complaint late last week that some of the decommissioning activities were disturbing the harbor seals. In investigating it further, it turns out that some of the tree work that was going on the mountainside of the railroad tracks involved dropping large limbs into a dumpster. And while the seals didn't flush the beach or rush off the beach, a couple of them alerted to the noise at least and showed interest in it. The biologists quickly made contact with the tree trimmers. The tree trimmers were able to modify their activities to lower limbs down into the dumpsters by rope rather than dropping them in there, and that seems to have resolved the issue. But this is an example of how the mitigation and monitoring protocols that we have in place seem to be working. I wanted to also give a quick update on the 5885 Carpinteria Avenue residential project. This is the project proposed next door at the Tea Time or Bluffs 1 property. So late last month, on the 27th of February, the city issued a consistency review letter to the project applicants that provides an analysis of the project's consistency with applicable city development policies and regulations. This was a hefty letter. I think it came out to about 125 pages. And this consistency analysis will help guide ongoing discussions with the project applicant team in making revisions and refinements to their proposal. And that letter is on the project information page on our city website. We're also currently reviewing proposals received from several environmental consultants for preparation of the environmental impact report for that project. And we anticipate that we'll be coming forward to your council one of the next couple meetings here with a selection for that consultant. And then finally, I wanted to share that the applicant team for that project, so again, this is the applicant team proposing to do this, will be hosting a community open house event on Thursday, April 9th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Carpinteria Community Church at 1111 Vallecito Road. It's a community event that's open to the public, and it's intended to be an opportunity for interested persons to learn about the project from the developer, and also to provide input on the proposed project or possible changes to the proposed project. The applicant team has launched a preliminary informational website where you can learn a little bit more about the project. The web URL is www.thefarmcarpinteria.com. That's all one word, thefarmcarpinteria.com. and you can also sign up for email updates at that site. I just want to reiterate again, this is not a city-sanctioned event or city-sponsored event. It's something that the developer's doing on their own to try to share information about the project with the community and solicit feedback. And we are sharing information about it just to help make sure that the community is informed and that they can participate if they're interested. And that concludes my city manager's report items, unless you have any questions for me.
I'd like to just pause one more moment. Any questions from council? Yes.
So just to underline, because that was very interesting. So one of the Chevron biologists is who alerted to the seal disturbance.
The initial complaint or initial observation of the seals came from one of the Seal Watch volunteers to the Chevron team, and then that's when they responded and took action.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. In terms of, I just want to confirm, I know you said it, but the farm project or the cities or their intent to inform the public is not sanctioned by the city. It's not a city event. But can council members go? Can all of us be in attendance? Or is this something where we can't have quorum at? I just want to get confirmation. Receive confirmation.
Yeah, Mayor, I know we have our council member attendance policy. We'll review that. We'll put an invite out to the council and see how many attendees that we have that are interested, and then look at that with the policy and let you know.
Great. And then some of the well, I've seen a lot of comments, but one of the comments I've seen is that the city won't allow this, or the city can't allow this development to occur. The reality is that this land is private property, but I'd like to see if, Nick, can you share something in terms of we're following the laws, the processes, the policies. This isn't something where we can just say no.
Mayor Alarcon, that's correct. It's a little bit of a tricky situation here. So it is private property. The applicant has the right to propose to do something with their property, and in this case, they are availing themselves of some of the state housing laws that provide them some additional level of protection for a proposed housing project. And so we have an obligation to review their project in an objective manner and take it through kind of our standard development review process. That being said, we have been working with the applicant to encourage them to find some opportunities to reach out to the community sooner than later and get input from the public on what sort of changes might make the project more attractive or more palatable to the community or help better meet some of the community's needs. And so we're happy to see the applicant taking us up on some of that and hosting this open house event as a first step in that direction.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that summary. Much more eloquent than mine. Okay. I appreciate that section of the report.
Mayor, now I'd like to bring up Jeanette Gant, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, to touch on some other community updates.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'll touch on just a couple updates from my team. Age Well Lecture Series, First Aid with a Firefighter, will be hosted on Thursday, March 19th from 1 to 2:30 p.m. in the Veterans Memorial Building Meeting Room. And this hands-on informative program will cover essential first aid skills, safety tips, and how to respond calmly and confidently in common emergencies. And on March 6th, the Carpinteria Children Project Abuelas Group received an educational presentation in Spanish from the city's Sustainability and Environment Division on the ins and outs of city environmental codes and recycling, and there was 19 people in attendance of that event. And on Thursday, February 26th, the Community Garden hosted a free bilingual fruit tree pruning workshop. The workshop was led by Mesa Harmony Gardens Advisory Board Chair, Russ. I won't dishonor Russ by trying to pronounce his last name for you all. Participants engaged in a hands-on experience that covered the essentials of pruning fruit trees and had the opportunity to build their skills and ask valuable questions. And we had 11 people attend that event. And then finally, throughout the month of February, the community gardens composting systems diverted 112 pounds of food and garden scraps from the landfill. And since September of 2025, the community gardens composting systems have diverted over 1,000 pounds of food and organic waste scraps from landfill. And those are my updates for you this evening. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from council? None. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mayor, I just have a few updates on our capital improvement projects. They're short, so I'll go ahead and say them, but we have our Public Works Director, John Lawson, in the crowd should you have any questions. So first, our capital improvement plan study session, which I think is working out to be more of like an educational workshop now that we've moved to a 2-year budget and we're not doing the same heavy lift that we did when we're doing the annual budget. We're scheduling tours and times for us to go out and go on site for these various projects, and then we'll also present some information about any potential budget adjustments similar to what we're doing tonight, but for the CIP, and then some other items that we'll be discussing. And that's tentatively scheduled for Monday, March 30th at 5:30 p.m. Also, the Franklin Creek Trail Improvement Project, staff is currently soliciting bids. We look forward to coming back to your council here at the next meeting or the meeting after for that contract approval. And lastly, the Linden Avenue Improvement Project construction phase is tentatively scheduled for completion at the end of this month. For those who might have been inconvenienced by it, we're looking forward to that completing. And so that concludes my city manager's report. Any questions, myself or John are here to help answer.
Questions? No questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'd like to now open up public comment. I do not have any, actually, I do have a speaker slip. Rogelio Delgado, welcome.
Thank you, Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. I think that all housing development projects will be a reality. They will be delayed for months, years, but eventually housing projects will be built. It can be good or bad for Carpinteria residents, but it's a state mandate, state housing mandate. The developer's remedy is actually the builder's remedy to get their housing projects moving. The remedy is marketing the percentage of units as affordable. And what's the meaning of affordable? Lowering the asking price for a percentage of units, but is it for low income people or not? I don't know. Question, since developers are using the builder's remedy to get their projects going, what are the necessary steps to get rid of that builder's remedy? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
I will close public comment, and we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent calendar. No, wait. We're going to take a step back. Public comment on matters not on the agenda. And we have a speaker slip for Rogelio Delgado.
Thank you, Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. A few points. Number one, I don't think that the cannabis growers should have an extension to install scrubbers. That would be an extension of an extension of an extension. They have made a lot of money during the during the years, and some do not report their income in full throughout the years, as it has been reported. Point number two, I wonder about the status of our Carpinteria budget. How healthy is it? Any huge expenses in the near future? Any unexpected expenses? Number three, the city of Santa Barbara and the county supervisors, they were all got caught off guard by their current deficit and future deficit. Question, is the Carpinteria City taking the necessary steps to avoid the Santa Barbara mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Diane Wondolowski, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Diane Wondolowski. I am here reminding you that if you haven't heard about it, there's going to be No Kings nationwide event happening March 28th. And Carpinteria will be part of these nationwide march to protest the federal government's authoritarian policies. As a member of a loosely affiliated group of people that call ourselves Carpinteria Indivisible, we want to do things and work with the city in the right way. And we've been talking with staff, and thanks staff, especially Shay, in trying to figure out how to do that, what the permit requirements are. And one of the barriers that we're finding is to pulling a permit is the certificate of insurance and the fee, but mostly the certificate of insurance. As an unaffiliated group of individuals, it's very difficult for us to get insurance. So we're looking to you as we work towards the March 28th date to help us figure out how we can exercise our First Amendment rights to free speech action, but do it in a way that's consistent with what the city needs and make sure that we can all work together on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Kernahan, and I'm also with Carpinteria Indivisible. The peaceful purpose of the rally is to promote democracy and highlight perceived authoritarian activities of the current presidential administration. It will be part of a nationwide set of events on that date. Actually, it will be international. So far, there are over 2,200 events total scheduled. And there were about 400 people in attendance at the October No Kings event, so that is probably a fair estimate of what we expect this time. We are in the planning phase and can adjust this plan. This is what we are thinking. People will meet at the Seal statue, where participants are directed to head spread out on the sidewalk along Linden Avenue in both directions, towards Carpinteria Avenue and towards the beach. This is similar to what we've done in the past, that we've had 5 maybe marches that we did in this way, but this time we're going to do it with you guys too. We would ask folks to stand closer to the street on the sidewalk so as not to block entrances to stores and remind them not to block the driveways. We would encourage participants to bring signs. We would have several monitors walking along the area, reminding participants how to lawfully engage in a peaceful demonstration. We have attended numerous training events on how to keep these events peaceful. At 10:30 a.m., this large caterpillar of people would mobilize and march up Linden, turn right on Carpinteria Avenue, right on Palm Avenue, through the campground and up the boardwalk for a photo, and then turn right onto Linden. This is the No Kings Peaceful March. This is part of the No Kings Peaceful Movement, and Carpinteria Indivisible is committed to nonviolent action. And Indivisible National says, a core principle behind all indivisible events is a commitment to nonviolent action. We expect all participants to seek to de-escalate any potential confrontation with those who disagree with our values and to act lawfully at these events. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mara Weiss, welcome.
Hi, I'm Mara Weiss. I am a member of Carpinteria Indivisible, and I'm here just to support and echo Carol and Diane's statements, asking the city to waive the certificate of insurance and permit fee for our March 28th No Kings March. Many in Carpinteria are stressed and scared since the inauguration in January of 2025. And Carpinteria Indivisible has had several successful, peaceful marches since that time, as is our First Amendment right. This has helped the most vulnerable in our community know that we support them and are standing up for them. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Christina Calkins. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. I am here to talk about the downtown lights and encourage council to consider increasing the lights downtown at night. If you go to our surrounding area towns, you'll see that they have festive lights, not only during the holidays, but year-round, trying to support the downtown economic vitality. And right now you can see some fabulous lights and lighting in front of Linden Square. And other businesses up and down Linden, it's dark. And so I'd like the council to consider looking at the lighting. And also when you're going out to dinner in other towns, notice how bright their downtown is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Stevens.
I want to talk about the Surfliner Inn. I thought that's what this meeting was, so I just stayed anyway. I guess I got my numbers wrong. But anyway, in the EIR, they used like a 2020 parking study, which is almost 20 years or 7 years old. And they did it during the low traffic times, not like summer when it's more crowded. And they didn't include Linden Square or the Palms that's coming. And the same with the wildlife. There was no fresh camera surveys for the animal crossing it. And in that report, they said about Lot 4 that it's urbanized, so no big deal. But, it is a big deal. They could miss, a lot of the animals like coyotes, raccoons, birds using that corridor. CEQA wants impacts explored, like, moving the hotel away from the railroad tracks and the wildlife paths. And they barely mention any of that. And I think they thought they would just, get away with it, and the public and the city council wouldn't notice it. And the thing about mitigation was pretty vague, like plant the trees later, or noise barriers if needed. Anyway, there's hardly any rules on the trees that probably die during the construction, if they do it, and that rooftop bar that they want. If they test it, they probably won't test it. If they have a bigger event than they tested for, it could be a catastrophe, possibly. Anyway, on it too, the calling Lot 4 open space is wrong when it's used by wildlife every day, and especially every night. They downplayed the survey, and the courts hate inaccurate baselines. And no real alternatives were studied, like moving the hotel off of the wildlife corridor. It rushed everything, I think, and the city deserves better. And most people in Carpinteria, I think, just dispute that vote they had. I went to the last meeting they had with the people that were supposedly against the hotel. And it seemed like, it was kind of fixed because they weren't very passionate about it. And when I saw that vote that they had, oh, shoot. It was a bogus vote, you know, and you know who did that? It was the people against it had their lawyer write that thing, so, you know, it's pretty obvious.
Thank you for your comments,
You
Mr.
guys should have
Stevens.
a real vote.
I do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Great, okay. I'm going to bring it back to the council, just give you all an opportunity if you have any follow-up questions from public comment.
Well, but the No Kings people, I'd like to see if there's a way we can work with them to do their march. There's a group that we helped out last year, and in particular in response to the ICE stuff, and so I think it would be important for us to try to work with them so they can do their protest.
So I'll look to staff if you can share about any constraints that we might have, or it sounds like there's been some conversations beyond this public comment, so if you can share a little bit more.
Yes, Mayor, so we're reviewing the city municipal code right now, and we think that there are some tools available for us. It's, you know, it's a balance. A lot of these things, I think, are written for different kinds of events, and so wanting to weigh, as I mentioned, those First Amendment rights, and also ensuring all the things that it sounds like they're focused on, the safety aspects and such. We'll review that along with some of sections in our municipal code that allow for some discretion. And so I'll reach out to them personally and work with them on that. And anything that's allowed in the municipal code, we'll work with them on that.
Great. And I just want to confirm, it's not that the city is partnering with them to hold a protest, it's more so working with them to ensure everything is.
That's correct, Mayor Alarcon, council members. We just need to ensure for free speech purposes that we comply with our city code, and that we're complying uniformly with anyone that comes forward wanting to hold a free speech event. But as Michael mentioned, we are, just since the public commenter came up to the podium about 3 minutes ago, we think we found some discretion in the code to be able to work with them. So,
Great. Thank you for confirming.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to add is, this is, and there's lots of different nuances versus if you're having an event at a location that would be taking over a facility versus a march and all those different things, and the numbers of people and such. And so we'll be looking at all of those various details.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a few questions. Or one question, Christina Culkins brought up the lights and potentially festive lights. That got me thinking to the fountain, and the fountain has been inoperable, but I feel like there's lights on the fountain that can probably light up that area. So I'm just curious to know, one, if you can share a little bit about our challenges with having lights in the downtown area, and then if we can maybe speak a little bit about the fountain itself and maybe repairs. I believe that in order to fix that, that has to be in the CIP project plan.
Yes, Mayor. So we went out with, there were several people actually, including some members of your council, our public works manager, some electrical engineers that came out that were actually affiliate or folks that had worked with 700 Linden, our maintenance staff, and even Mike Lazaro with the Avocado Festival, and got a lot of different history. Mike Lazaro had a lot because he has to run so many different extension cords and generators and things set up for the Avocado Festival, and was aware of issues that we've had in festival years past. And so what we found is that we have enough breaker circuitry and those sorts of things to handle it, especially now as LED lights actually take less than more energy. A lot of the outlets are in the tree wells, which have, are below ground and get submerged in water. Not all of them from a visual inspection seem to have all the connections that they would need. And so, and then ultimately there was only, I think, 17 trees, and not all of the trees. And they don't necessarily have any special order about them like every other one, which would look nice. It's like it could be some on one side and then completely none on the other. And so we're aware of the issue now. We know what we have and what we don't have. There would be some additional inspection required. There's apparently some special machinery that you have to come out and test all the various lines, which would cost some money. And then, of course, to repair them, that would be an additional cost. And so we haven't gone as far to do all of that. We don't have direction from your council nor a budget set up to improve those yet. You know, if we got to a point to where that became a priority and we wanted to direct staff to take that extra step to find out the next layer and get somewhat would be a quote, we could look into it further. And you had a sec. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one moment. I just brought up the fountain also, but I just want to confirm that the fountain itself would.
So the fountain is actually something that we did look into in the cost, and actually Assistant City Manager Ryan Kentz might remember a little bit more as we were looking at various expenses related to our landscape maintenance district, which I don't think that was actually included, but we did consider what the cost was, and it was rather a lot. It was like something in the neighborhood of $50,000+ a year, and so it's just something that we haven't taken on for budgetary reasons. But again, if it becomes a priority of the council, happy to look into it. There's chlorine. It was getting clogged by various things that were thrown into it, so our staff were going out there and unclogging and running the. Oh, okay. Well, I actually doubled it. So the annual was $22,500, but it was a substantial cost. But with council's approval, we could, or direction in the future, we could certainly look at that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, just for history. At one time, when we put in the most recent streetlights down Linden and Carpinteria Avenue, those fixtures were actually designed to be night sky friendly. At that time, we decided that we would like to, as a city, remain night lights friendly. So that's why the uplights were not regenerated. As they burned out, they continued on. My one suggestion or recommendation would be to take a look at that, but continue with the theme of being night lights sky friendly. And one of the areas that I think should be addressed even more are the crosswalks along Carpinteria Avenue, especially at night, because there's very limited visibility for those crosswalks in the evening. It's bad enough in the daytime, but I think night, if you take a look at it, a lot of people are already in the crosswalk before they're seen. So I think that would be a priority to me, but I do also hope that the city continues the theme of being night sky friendly.
Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that. I appreciate learning that history.
I agree with that.
And Councilmember Namora, through the mayor, those are some things that we could look at. If there's could be some balance there, of course, right? Night sky friendly could mean lights off at a certain time, which Carpinteria tends to put the lights off at a pretty decent hour, I think, as it is. And then if we were to, so one of the issues with the lights, so my understanding is that it's actually a relatively inexpensive thing to run the conduit and things. It's digging up the road and getting to it. So if there was already an existing project going on and we needed paving, we could actually go into a project we were planning to do. If there was one of the things that the Downtown Business Advisory Board had brought up was the same thing about the crosswalks, and thought that this type of lighting in the other cities where they've seen it had provided enough lighting to light up those crosswalks. And so that's something we would weigh if we ever needed to add like a safety feature for the crosswalks, and we could take that expense versus decorative lighting that served the same purpose. It's about just kind of trying to combine projects, because sometimes just the expense of adding the lights for light's sake is a pretty hefty expense without another bigger project associated.
Great. And then I just wanted to give staff an opportunity if there's anything else you'd like to add in terms of the EIR comments we received. I know we received a brief update earlier, but just want to give you all an opportunity.
I'll have Nick Bobroff join us, and then also Jenna Akos, our city attorney, to also assist.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon. So as I had mentioned earlier in city manager report, any comments that we received on the draft EIR, including some that mirror the ones that we heard just now in the public comment period, will be looked at and addressed as part of the preparation of the final EIR. And so, to the extent that we received comments saying, hey, we need to take another look at the parking numbers or traffic numbers used, we'll be doing that. We'll be taking a look at the biological impacts analysis and seeing where we need to provide a little bit more thorough review or some additional documentation to address those types of comments. So folks will see those comments addressed in the final EIR when that's published.
Great, excellent. Thank you for reaffirming that.
Mayor Alarcon, council members, I did want to just give some additional clarity on the process that the public commenter spoke on regarding he referred to it as a vote, and so that goes back to. So that goes back to the referendum process that was undertaken. And so just as a little bit of history here, the referendum was submitted to the council by a member of the community, and they drafted what the referendum said, and so what would be referendumed. They were opponents of the project, and they drafted those terms and that language. The city then had to use that language in order to put together the election proceedings and put out the question to the public in terms of whether or not to vote on the referendum to change the land use designations. I just wanted to clarify that for the council, but I also think it's really helpful since there does seem to be a lot of information going around the community, and this is obviously a very hot topic. The city of Carpinteria, so the city staff has put a lot of time and effort into creating a specific page on the Surfliner Inn. So whoever's driving, could you go back to the city webpage just so that we can show everyone how to get there? So if you just go to the city's webpage here, www.carpinteriaca.gov, and then you can either go to Hot Topics up on that blue line over there and go down to Surfliner Inn. Go up a little bit, Michael. Surfliner Inn there. Or you can scroll down, and there's actually a block that you can click on for the Surfliner Inn, and that takes you to a separate page that's fully devoted to putting all the public documents. There's an FAQ section for everything about the proposed project, and if you can go down to the FAQ section, I think that that's really helpful. I believe it's up farther, yeah. So it's in red. Go up, right there. Surfliner frequently asked questions. So this is a really helpful page. It goes through a lot of the questions that staff has been asked over the past several years, and it provides some answers.
Great, thank you. Before we move on, I just want to ensure, did I ask if we have public comment via Zoom?
Mayor, we do not have any raised hands.
So I will officially close public comment, and we will now move on to the consent calendar. And I would like to open up public comment on the consent calendar. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Once again, no raised hands.
I will close public comment and bring it back to the council.
I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held February 23rd, 2026, to receive and file the warrant register for the period of February 16th through February 27th, 2026, pursuant to the Carpinteria Municipal Code, Section 2.08.150F, and to adopt resolution number 6437, authorizing the filing of the Transportation Development Act claim for fiscal year 2026-27.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We will now move on to item number 9, which is the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon. Senior Planner Cindy Souter and Assistant Planner Megan Musoff are going to be doing the heavy lifting on this one. They'll be walking you through the presentation and the statistics for this year's annual report, but I will stand by and can be available to help answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, Megan and I are here to present the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, as Nick announced a minute ago. And this report is our annual report to the state that is required, but gives them a summary of how we're doing with our housing, meeting our RENA allocation for the housing cycle, and then also how we're doing on our different programs within our housing element. So it is due April 1st of every year, and then it goes to the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD for short, and also to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, which is Lucy for short. And again, as I mentioned earlier, required by state law, and we are in the third, this is the third APR for the current 2023 to 2031 RENA cycle, and then the HCD tracks our progress. So in 2025, we had 18 building permits issued for a total of 20 new units, and building permits is when a unit gets counted toward our RENA numbers. So what counted last year was 15 building permits for ADUs and JADUs, 2 for new single-family homes, and 1 for a condominium triplex. And then in 2025, we issued 12 certificates of occupancy, and those are issued when the construction is completely finished, signed off, all the agencies have signed off, and it's actually ready to be occupied as a residence. And those 12 units last year were comprised of 1 single-family dwelling, 9 ADUs, and 2 JADUs. So as you can see, the ADUs and JADUs are still our biggest numbers for the RENAs, our source of new housing. And then here's the table that shows our progress. We're 1/3 the way through this cycle, and working on getting to be 1/3 of the way towards our numbers. Last year, we had 3 low-income units receive building permits, and all 3 of those were ADUs. And then 17 above moderate units, and that was comprised of 2 single-family dwellings, the condominium triplex, so 3 units there, and then 12 ADUs. So we've got 73 complete, and that's 828 to go. And now I will turn it over to Megan.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, and now for some updates on our housing element programs. There are 18 programs in our housing element, so I won't go through every single one tonight. I'll try to just hit the highlights. But a big achievement in 2025 was that our housing element was certified by HCD on January 30th. This means that HCD found that our housing element meets all of the requirements of state law and accommodates our RENA allocation for this planning cycle. Program 1 of our housing element is adequate sites to accommodate our regional housing need. And for this program, your council adopted ordinances 788 through 791 in December of 2024. Together, these ordinances created our new residential mixed use, or RMU zone, that requires 20 to 25 units per acre density. It also created objective design standards and rezoned 19.83 acres of land in the city to RMU. These ordinances were a local coastal program amendment since we're entirely in the coastal zone, and so they went to a California Coastal Commission hearing in March of 2025, were approved by the Coastal Commission with minor changes, and your council approved those changes in April of 2025. And so by mid-May of last year, all Program 1 ordinances were in effect, and Program 1 has been implemented. Program 2, accessory dwelling units. As Cindy indicated, the community is still showing very strong interest in ADUs, and 5 ADU projects used or are using the city's pre-approved prototype ADU plan sets. In 2024, your council conducted a first reading of a new ADU ordinance, which would bring the city's ADU regulations up to date with state law. This ordinance was scheduled for a Coastal Commission hearing, but was postponed after HCD provided the city a comment letter on the ordinance requesting some significant changes. And so throughout 2025, staff continued to work on edits to this ordinance. It's gone through some legal and internal reviews, but overall, this ordinance has been delayed due to some increased planning staff workloads and constrained staff capacity, but the updated ordinance should be going to a revised planning commission hearing this year. Program 4 is Section 8 rental assistance. The goal for this program is to maintain at least 177 Section 8 vouchers in the city. And 2025 actually saw an increase from 2024 from 196 to 208 vouchers, which is great to see that more residents were able to access this assistance. Program 5 is Affordable Rental Housing Development Assistance. You may remember in December of last year, your council voted to form the Standing Affordable Housing Committee, which Councilmember Clark and Mayor Alarcon are the committee members on. And the purpose of this committee is to work with city staff to identify priorities for housing programs and policies that best suit Carpinteria. And this committee will hopefully begin meeting this year, but an exact date has not been set yet. Program 7 is our density bonus regulations. A little bit of a similar story to our ADU ordinance. We had a proposed ordinance that would bring the city's regulations in line with state law requirements. It was approved by the Planning Commission in 2024, but it was put on hold while the state legislature considered some significant changes to state density bonus law. These changes ultimately didn't happen at the state level. But again, progress did slow on this density bonus ordinance due to competing priorities and staff workloads. But an updated internal draft has been prepared and should return to public hearing this year. Program 9, Regulatory Concessions and Incentives for Affordable Housing. With the RMU zone in effect in 2025, developers who propose a minimum of 20% lower income units and meet the zone's development standards can go through a ministerial review process. And city staff had meetings throughout the year with interested or prospective property owners to talk about the RMU zone and how providing affordable units can lead them through a more streamlined permit process. Program 12 is Conservation of Mobile Home Parks and Rent Stabilization. Last year, the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Board had 2 meetings. Board members had requested information and clarification on the city's mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, and so city staff prepared some informational memos to the board. The board also made a recommendation at their October meeting to make some changes to the city's rent stabilization disclosure ordinance to make sure it aligns with current state laws. Mobile homes are important for the city to preserve because they represent one of the city's largest pools of affordable, or at least somewhat less costly, housing. Program 14 is Housing Code Compliance. The most common way that housing-related code compliance issues are submitted is through GoGov, the city's online service request portal. Housing code compliance issues can look like health and safety violations, building or operating an ADU or a second unit without permits, and unpermitted short-term rentals. And the city actually did cite 2 short-term rental operators in 2025 for operating without licenses. And the last program that I'll highlight this evening is Program 17, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, or AFFH. This program is pretty broad in scope, and many city efforts contribute towards the three main program priorities, which are housing affordability, homelessness, and fair housing education. A key action to highlight from 2025 is your council's decision to continue the safe parking program, which removed the pilot designation and enacted a 2-year agreement with the nonprofit New Beginnings, who operates this program. In 2025, the program capacity doubled from 6 to 12 spots, and since the start of this program in Carpinteria, 45 individuals have participated and 24 have exited to more stable housing. So that brings us to our staff recommendation, which is for your council to approve the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and direct the CDD director to submit this report to HCD. And that concludes our staff presentation. We're here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Yeah, a couple questions. So the report and your presentation covered that ADUs seem to be the primary source of new housing in CARP. Is this a trend that you expect to continue to maintain, and how does that fold into our housing strategy going forward?
Through the mayor, yes, we anticipate that the ADUs will continue to be provide numerous housing units. The ordinance was new in 2023, so it was like the new toy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're guessing that, the number of ADUs might decline over the years, but we think probably, maybe 20 a year is still a fair estimate, I would think, based on what's coming in and, what I'm getting calls about on a daily.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I would just add, if I can, when we crafted the housing element, we didn't yet have an ADU ordinance in place, and so we didn't really have any way to know what the local response would be. And we tried to instead extrapolate from what we saw in some of our neighboring jurisdictions and scale that down to a city of our size. And I think ultimately HCD accepted, a projection of something like 12 to 15 ADUs per year over the lifetime of this housing element cycle. And 3 years in, we're still overperforming that by quite a bit. And so that's the good news, is that we are producing more ADUs than we anticipated, and we get to count those towards our RENA.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And then for the rental housing mediation program, RHMP, for those referrals, do we get information about how they're resolved? Because it looks like there were 108 tenants and landlords who ended up utilizing the program, which I think is really great. I know it's more than we've had in the past. Do we ever get information on whether it does help prevent legal escalation or not?
Vice Mayor Solorzano, that's a good question. The statistics that we receive from the rental housing mediation program are just about essentially the initial intake. So when someone comes to the RHMP with an issue, they mark that off as one individual, and then they categorize it by the basic issue. So is this an eviction? Is it a rent increase? Stuff like that. However, once the issue is in progress and is being mediated, it's treated as a confidential issue. So unfortunately, we don't receive any reports back on the outcome of the mediation program.
Got it. And then so the report talked about how there are 12 residential units completed in 2025 and I think 18 building permits issued. How does this track with where we should be in terms of our progress as measured by the state of California HCD?
Vice Mayor Solorzano, this is a little bit of a tricky question. I think the state recognizes that even with the advent of some of these streamlined housing laws, that these projects can take a while to work their way through an entitlement process. And so while we're off to maybe a slower start than what some folks would like to see, if you read into the housing element written report that we provide to your council, you'll see that there's a number of projects that are somewhere earlier in the process that are working their way through, and if some or all of those come online here in the next year or two, then you're going to see some significant, very sudden jumps in our progress towards the RENA.
And then along those lines too, I know a lot of the new development is above moderate housing. It seems like there's not a lot of the low income housing numbers that we're reaching. I know that we've talked in the past with our housing element about some ways to get to that, but are there any next steps that you think are most likely for us to be able to explore?
I think that's part of what we hope to tackle with the Standing Affordable Housing Committee is to, take a look at some of the other tools and approaches that we're seeing other jurisdictions apply and try to figure out which of those make sense for a small jurisdiction with our limited resources and try to figure out where do we want to put our energies.
Okay.
I think otherwise, right, we're going to continue to see kind of each mostly market rate project contribute 20% here, 25% there sort of thing, which makes progress but isn't going to see those huge numbers of lower income type units that we're trying to prioritize.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are going to be difficult to I think achieve short of some kind of subsidy or support from public agencies.
Good. And then my last question, just in response to one of our public commenters, they had asked, they expressed concern with builder's remedy and asked if that's something that can be, that the state could get rid of. Can you talk a little bit about whether we have any control in the builder's remedy tool?
So in terms of having any control over the builder's remedy tool, this is really in the hands of the state legislature at this point. It's a state law that was passed by them and has been modified by the legislature. And, our task is really to process projects in a manner that's consistent with these laws. And so if folks are, interested in affecting change in that regard, they really need to focus those energies with their elected state officials.
Okay, because on the local level, from what we understand, we have no say in builder's remedy, whether that exists or not.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Vice Mayor
Yes.
Solorzano, through the mayor, Nick, if I can just add one piece on there just to clarify that there was a small window when
Right.
builder's remedy applications could be submitted to the city because the city was not in compliance with its housing element. Currently, that has closed because we do have a compliant housing element. Sorry to interrupt.
That's a good point, right?
Nick,
So
I just wanted to make sure
we're
that
not currently vulnerable to any
Right.
new builder's
To any
remedy
new ones, right, other than the
applications,
ones that already
but the ones
are
that
in
are in, we
existence.
have to
Yes.
continue to work with.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other? Yes.
I had a follow-up question about the ADUs and how they're categorized. Is that reliant upon the builder telling us what they're planning to rent it on, or how do we decide if it's an above, moderate, low, or how do we decide that?
Okay, on our application, there is a spot where they can fill out their anticipated rents. And so for the ones that we have counted in the various very low and low income categories, we have based that determination based on the information they provided in their application. So they are not deed restricted, and obviously it's subject to change, but that's the documentation we have on file to justify why we can categorize those units that way.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. This is a question maybe legal would have to answer on this one. Just curious, and this is not to endorse or condone any of the activities going on in the area, but if the city were to acquire some properties that have been developed for housing in the outlying areas within the county, would those numbers actually go to our arena if those said properties were annexed into the city, or does that remain with the county, should the county do the developing first?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Nomura, in this hypothetical situation that you were describing, the county would retain their credit for those units.
Questions? I have a question. Well, maybe more of a comment. I appreciated the slideshow and really clearly demonstrated our progress. And I'm hoping you can speak a little bit more to this on the staff report. It is, sorry, I'm almost there. It's the land inventory summary with potential, I believe it includes the potential developments that are being proposed? Or is that what
Mayor
all those numbers
Alarcon,
are?
Is it one
there
of the
a
tables?
Yeah.
Which one?
Table 1, first table. I believe. Table 2.
Table 2-1.
-1, land inventory summary. If you can just speak a little bit more to that.
Hold on, let us find that. Because ours all have letters that.
Page
aren't-
3.
Of the staff report or the table attachment?
Staff report.
Oh. What units are going to go where?
Mayor Alarcon, this table is a table that shows our RENA allocations by income category. It shows in parentheses the shortfall of units that we have, and in anything that's not in parentheses, what we, at the time of adoption of the housing element, were able to accommodate. And so that shortfall of low and very low units is why we rezoned the 19 or so acres of land in the city to residential mixed use in order to accommodate that capacity. Is there like a particular phrase or data point in this table that we could maybe help explain a little bit further?
I just wanted to compare the different, the first table that was on the PowerPoint is what has been.
Yes.
What are exact numbers. But
Yes.
this table is demonstrating because of the rezones, maybe that's what I'm looking for, is just clarification for the public to understand the differences in the tables.
I can maybe help here too, Mayor Alarcon. So, table 2-1 showed at the time of the housing element adoption what our existing capacity was in the city. So we took an inventory of available land at the time under present zoning and said, we think we can accommodate this many units with what we have available. And then as Megan noted, right, the number in the parentheses was the additional units that we need to plan for and create capacity for, but that we didn't currently have. And that's why we had to rezone additional properties. And so now what you're seeing in the progress report is the incremental progress we're making towards actually realizing those units.
And then, so, and maybe this is getting too in the weeds, but would this table then be updated once we know, because it includes what could be built on properties that would be rezoned, but not all properties want to build housing. So do we leave this chart as is, or we also take that into consideration? I mean, I'm just thinking at the surplus, the shortfall itself would be much larger.
There's kind of two different things, I guess, going on here, right? So when we're creating the housing element, we have to demonstrate that we have zoning capacity for units, right? And so we're demonstrating that through available land, through zoning allowances, how much density we allow in particular properties, that we have the capacity. Now that the housing element is certified and in place, right now the focus changes to actually helping to try to facilitate the production of some of those units. There may come a time here in the housing cycle where we determine that we need to create additional capacity because either some properties are not performing as we expected or are not converting to residential as we had hoped for. And so we have additional properties that we identified in the initial inventory exercise that were not rezoned. You may recall, that we kind of did a, quote unquote, the low-hanging fruit rezones initially. And so we have, I don't recall exactly how many acres, but a good amount of additional properties that are candidates for future rezoning and that we can turn to and focus on adding those to our existing capacity if we find we need more sites to work with.
Thank you. I appreciate that summary. And so our role really is to ensure that we're creating capacity.
Correct.
This is RENA's for a total of 8 years. So come year 7 or year 6 or even 8, we're realizing that we're nowhere near this goal. Would the city be penalized? Ideally, we would know much ahead of that time, but
There's a chance. So It's not clear exactly to me how or when HCD measures progress towards meeting your jurisdiction's RENA numbers, but they do monitor these annual reports. They do take a look at what's in queue, what's working its way through the process. And if they find that a jurisdiction is not making sufficient progress, then there are different types of penalties that can be applied to a local jurisdiction. So the most immediate threat would be that a jurisdiction would fall under the provisions of Senate Bill 423, which essentially allows for streamlined permitting review for certain types of qualifying housing projects. There's still a number of standards and metrics and kind of performance measures that those projects have to meet. But if somebody came in with a housing project that met all the requirements, it would get the benefit of a streamlined permit review process where the city would have very limited discretion over the project. So that's probably the most immediate concern. If the city was really egregious and not making meaningful progress towards any of its housing element, then a jurisdiction could also potentially face the threat of having their housing element decertified. But the examples that I've seen of that are where jurisdictions are actively working against some of the things that they called for in their housing element.
Right. And so then I'm assuming then the hope is, or once we submit this progress report, ideally if the state was doing their due diligence in reviewing these and if there were any concerns, then they would reach back out to us.
I would hope so, and that's part of why we prepare the additional written report. It's not something that's required by HCD, but I think that it helps give us an opportunity to provide some additional context and detail and nuance to the work that we have going on here to show that we're not sitting idly by waiting for projects to come in, that we are working hard. We do have other projects that are in the review process, and even though they may not be at a milestone yet where HCD counts them, they're in the hopper, right? And they are making forward momentum. And so I think that's kind of the important value of the written report, because we do turn that in with our tables, which is the actual required report for HCD.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Could I play off of that and zooming in on the very low income category? If we do all the rezoning and we do all the things that we're supposed to do, we're still reliant on somebody to come and do them. And so how can we be penalized if we have done all the things that we can do within our capacity? We just have not had a developer come forward, and that problem becomes very magnified in the very low income group because developers don't want to build very low income housing. So, if that's on us to do, where's the pot of money to do it with? So what at some point we've done all we can do. Why should we be penalized?
I share your frustration. I'm afraid I don't have the answers for you. This is one of the
I know it's all
conundrums
rhetorical.
of these state housing laws.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none? Thank you. I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment, bring it back to the council for any final comments, questions, and of course a motion.
I'll move to receive the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and direct the Community Development Director to submit the report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We will now move on to item number 10, which is the amendment number 9 to agreement with Dewberry of the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement Project.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. What is before you is another amendment to the consulting agreement with Dewberry. Dewberry is our design engineer. Is not only our design engineer, is also the prime consultant that manages sub-consultants, the specialty work that goes into the Carpinteria Bridge project. That includes the public outreach through Kirsten Ayers of Ayers and Associates. There's also the right-of-way consultant, Hamner Jewell. And what this particular amendment is for additional service to continue with the right-of-way phase of the project. If you recall in your CIP study sessions, remember the different phases of a project. There's the design phase, the right-of-way phase, and the construction phase. So believe it or not, technically we are in the construction phase, but that was with the clearing and grubbing work. Though it doesn't seem, and it appears there's hardly any work, there's actually work behind the scenes. And this particular amendment is one of those things or activities that could be working behind the scenes. So why is this before you? Why additional service? For the right-of-way phase, if we're in the construction phase, well, due to the city's, or beyond the city's control, the right-of-way phase has experienced delays. And I think I mentioned this to you before. Southern California Edison we're basically under the mercy of that particular agency in regards to relocation work. So they are progressing, not as, in my opinion, not as quickly as should have been, but nonetheless, we are delayed, and there's a consequence with that delay. The consequence is basically your temporary construction easements and easements that went into in the acquisition of particular portions of parcels, adjacent parcels of the bridge, for example, Motel 6 and other private developments. Those temporary construction easements, not all of them, but some of them have expired, and there will be a few that will expire. And in addition to that, we have environmental permits, regulatory environmental permits, like, for example, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the State Water Resource Control Board. Those are two that I could remember of the particular regulatory permits that need to be renewed or reapplied for. So the additional services before you, Amendment number 9 to Dewberry, is going to be handling that. So we're going to go back and not necessarily renegotiate, but we need to still inform the easement, the properties that we have the easements on, the temporary construction easements on, that we would like to renew those and extend the time period of that. Same thing with the environmental permits. We go back to the regulatory agencies and request for time extensions. So what Dewberry is going to do as the prime consultant, they're not necessarily going to be applying for the permit because they have those sub-consultants with them, as well as the right-of-way phase, or the easements that go in the right-of-way phase. So we're not this particular agenda matter before you is really asking for additional appropriation towards, there is no additional appropriation. Because this particular project is budgeted. So correction on that, in the financial consideration, there's no funding requested because at the time of the fiscal year budget, it was accounted for that funds are going to go towards the project design phase and as well as the construction phase. The particular details of the scope of work are in your staff report, but to summarize the amendment number 9, we're looking at the updating bridge and roadway designs in order for us to accommodate the relocation work or utility relocation work, because I mentioned there's particular delays, and usually those delays has to do with some redesigns and field conditions. But the bulk of the work really is requirement of the right-of-way, or easements, and renewal of environmental regulatory permits. So the question is this going to be paid for by the federal government? Yes. I received confirmation that the federal government has considered the city's request for additional federal aid money. In your staff report, and it mentions about certain shares or share of the cost Remember the 88.53% from the federal government, the 11.47%, that's going to be by the city. So this particular additional work or additional services that will be performed by Dewberry will be reimbursed by the grant, the Highway Bridge Program grant money. Again, there's, as far as financial considerations go, no additional funding is being requested. But the reason why this is before you is because it's an amendment and it's over the threshold of our city manager. So this is a part of our, or this is consistent with the procurement policy for us to bring this to your attention and to consider this matter. And with that, that concludes my report. Pending any questions?
Questions from council? Yes.
Yeah, so it sounds like this delay is, like you were saying, because of Southern California Edison. What kind of, just so that maybe the public can understand, like what kind of communication goes on between Edison and our public works when these types of issues arise?
Yes, Vice Mayor through the Mayor, the types of communication, like I mentioned, is behind the scene, and we actually meet with Edison. It's not like we're just hanging out in the office. We engage with Edison. And also, not only that Edison is on those overhead poles, we also have Cox Communication, we also have Frontier. So as, I guess you could say, as I speak, those engagements with those utilities continue to happen. Like I mentioned, there's certain field conditions that, that Edison maybe didn't anticipate. We did additional clearing and grubbing, so I believe that should be the end of any clearing and grubbing because we've cleared the way, so to say, for Edison to relocate their overhead utilities.
Got it. No, thank you very much. I think it's important for us to understand that this was not a delay that came from the city's projections, but it was something, sounds like it came up unexpectedly from Edison's side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Additional questions? Yes.
Thank you. Hasn't Edison already finished their work?
Councilmember Clark through the Mayor, not yet.
Not yet. Okay,
Not
'cause
yet.
I've
The
seen
reason
them
why I
work
say-
out there.
Yes, sir.
And then I was wondering, I'm trying to remember, it's something like, I'm trying to remember the number, like 19 of these temporary easements that we were, right-of-way easements that we were involved in procuring. And as they expire, I'm wondering if we're going to have to, buy those easements again. And I'm remembering that we had one very particularly difficult leasee in that regard.
Yes, sir. So I, through the Mayor, council members, I don't, the number escapes me of how many easements, but yes, there's definitely a few easements that we've acquired. And as part of this presentation, I don't have those details. Like the questions you asked, are we required to renegotiate compensation? I think that's for purchasing of easements. Maybe not, but those details will be brought before you at a future date. Because right now, what's before you is more approving an amendment to start that work, because it will be Habner and Jewell, the right-of-way specialist under the management of Dewberry, who's going to be doing that for us. So as soon as I get those details, should we have to renegotiate, that will definitely be brought to the attention of the city manager, city attorney's office, and eventually your city council.
And so do we think that should that occur, that will also be covered by the federal government?
Yes.
Okay.
So council mayor through the mayor, yes, right-of-way phase expenses is eligible for reimbursement.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Question for you also, John, on this one here. Since you are getting reimbursed on this one, are we tracking city time, city hours, city funds that are going into this extension itself, specific to the project?
Councilmember Newmar through the mayor, yes, but as far as city staff time, those are what Caltrans or the federal government calls indirect costs. So those have to be pre-approved by the feds beforehand. Unfortunately, this project was way before my time, and there was no indirect costs that was approved by Caltrans or the federal government. So as far as city staff time goes, like myself, city manager, city attorney's office, right, those are not considered reimbursed. However, direct costs like your design engineer, the right-of-way phase that goes into that, the construction costs, of course, those are direct costs to the project, and those are reimbursable.
I'm bringing this up just for, I always say, future records. So if we were to track these, it'd kind of be nice to actually know what the additional expense or load is to the city in future projects, so we can kind of track those and anticipate what the cost would be to the city. Because looking at the other street developments, we're going to have to be doing quite a bit of this extra. I don't think the public is aware, but we should be more transparent in knowing what those costs will be, inclusive of the additional load that the city is going to be taking on, city staff, for improvements within the city.
Noted, Councilman Nomura, Madam Mayor, council members. As far as an accounting process, we do track those particular times. I think I was just addressing the question about they're not reimbursable. That's all it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
I will close public comment and bring it back to the council, and I'll request a roll call vote, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Need a motion before that.
You're way ahead of us. I move to authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 9 to the agreement with Dewberry to provide additional services for the Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement Project in the not-to-exceed amount of $205,232 for a total amended amount of $2,376,168.
Second.
So now we have a first and a second, and
Thank
I'll
you.
request a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. Great. Motion passes. And before we move on to other business and public hearing, I will ask for a 15-minute break, and we will resume at I'm sorry, was that the countdown? All I heard was one. Okay, welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is Monday, March 9th, 8:21 p.m., and we will begin with other business, item number 11, which is the mid-year budget report, including appropriation adjustments and authorized full-time positions list.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. I'm going to start with a brief, oh, someone else is controlling? You got it? Okay, that's good. Perfect. Just going to start with a brief overview of the agenda. So first, we're going to start with the purpose of our mid-year exercise and a high-level explanation about the process. We'll follow by our all funds, followed by our our all funds budget adjustments for our revenues and expenditures, then our discretionary funds, the general fund, and Measure X, a couple of our restricted funds with the park maintenance fund and Measure A, and then we'll finish off with our authorized full-time positions and key takeaways. So, the city's budget is not a fixed document. It really is just a snapshot of our financial position at a certain point in time. Of course, it does guide us and provide constraints, and we can't operate outside of the boundaries without council approval. But the moment we receive a grant that we couldn't guarantee, we have planning and building permits that come in higher than expected, or there's an increased need for some service, there's a need for adjustments, and the mid-year exercise is time for us to basically recalibrate and set our, make sure that our budget reflects the realities of our position. So as part of this mid-year exercise, departments assess program budgets and activities for the remainder of the fiscal year, and then compare those to what was adopted as part of the budget. Any proposed changes come to me for review, then they go to the Finance Committee, and then finally to your council for consideration and potential adoption. Ultimately, amendments ensure that our budget aligns with our expected outcomes. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Administrative Services Director and Finance Whiz, Lisette Maldonado.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. Tonight, I'm presenting the mid-year budget report along with the proposed appropriation adjustments. This report was reviewed by the Finance Budget Committee at their meeting on March 2nd. Following their discussions, the committee recommended the proposed appropriations along with the authorized full-time position list be forwarded to the City Council for consideration and approval. Please note that this mid-year report does not include adjustments to the capital projects funds, which are scheduled for March 30th, presented to the City Council. The format of this presentation will be to review each section of the agenda and pause for questions to allow council time for discussion as we move through the slides. We will begin with the budget adjustment at a glance. This slide provides a summary of all funds and the recommended adjustments. After reviewing year-to-date activity through January 2026 and comparing it to the budgeted revenues and expenditures, several adjustments are recommended to reflect updated revenue projections, address unanticipated expenditures, and ensure appropriations remain aligned with actual financial trends. Overall, revenues increased by $1.2 million, expenditures increased by $739,000, and fund balance went up by $497,000. The majority of these adjustments are related to one-time revenue or expenditure items, accounting corrections, and alignments with current financial trends. The following slides highlight the recommended adjustments with further detail provided by fund. This slide shows total revenue adjustments for all funds broken down by discretionary and non-discretionary revenue. Discretionary revenue are the funds the city can use at its discretion for general operating and priorities, for example, general fund and Measure X. Non-discretionary revenue funds restricted for a specific purpose or program and cannot be reallocated. Taxes increase $467,700 from discretionary funds, the majority from transient occupancy tax and sales tax. Charges for services increased by 301,500, 260,000 from general fund, majority from planning charges and building plan checks, 40,800 from other funds, majority from rents and leases for pipelines. Miscellaneous revenue increased by 235,400, 123,800 from discretionary funds, from a repayment of a housing loan in the housing fund, and reimbursement for workers' compensation claims in the right-of-way fund. 111,600 from discretionary funds. Again, the majority comes from Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursements for emergency response by the city. Grand total, grand total for all funds is 1,235,350, a 930,500 increase from the discretionary, and 304,850 from non-discretionary funds. This slide is our expenditures for all funds, broken down by discretionary, non-discretionary again. Key highlights: professional services increased by 285,850, 266,000 for the general fund, for legal fees and emergency response plan contract. Contract services increased by 158,000. 153,500 from other funds for street and tree maintenance. And the utility fund, utilities increased by 157,550. Majority was for a correction in the parks fund for water utility. Again, the grand total increase of 738,800 for all funds, and 346,575 from discretionary, and 392,225 from non-discretionary funds. And so we'll pause right here if there's any questions.
Just a couple quick questions. So it looks like there was an increase in the professional services cost, like legal services and then consulting support. Is that something that is kind of, we see as a one-time adjustment at this point in the budget, or are there trends going upwards in both of those categories?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, definitely regarding legal costs, it's something that's gone up. I think the city's been fortunate. Many cities are often have litigation budgets that they're using regularly, and we haven't during the whole time that I've been here. And now we definitely have had an uptick with the builder's remedy projects that are going on, other lawsuits against the city, the executive orders of the federal government, tracking all of those impacts on our financials. And so I don't want to say it's just an uptick this year, because there's still a lot of those things that I mentioned I see continuing on to next year, but it's definitely out of the ordinary from the past 4 years. And then regarding the professional services, many of the ones that you all have seen come before you recently, like the emergency operations plan, things that are a part of our budget, like the transition to Microsoft 365, many of those won't need to be done again for several years or, ever again. And it's just been part of a larger effort in the city to just get us caught up with a lot of things that have kind of fallen behind. But I see those coming again, but not being continual every year. So that's what I'd say about both of those categories.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. And then just quickly there, I saw there's an increase in the transient occupancy tax and then some of our service revenues as well. What does that point to? Is that again an increase in tourism? Is it what are some of the changes that took place that have caused those to be higher than expected?
Yeah, for the transient occupancy tax, I'd say that there was three things. So last year, we actually saw a pretty flat TOT, and I think it's because tourism decreased. We had passed Measure B, so we actually had a 3% increase in TOT, and the fact that we remained even kind of tells me that we would have been down this year. I think that 3% increase is showing. We've had increased stays specifically at the short-term rentals, even more so than at the hotels. And then what's the third one? The what? Oh, yeah, and that's right. And then just overall, the cost of hotel stays have increased. So those three things have really contributed to the increase in TOT.
Got it.
You had a second part of that question, right?
I think, no, that would, no,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
that would,
you.
you answered it perfectly. So, yeah, so those are just questions about some of the bigger changes in the revenues and expenditures. So thank you very much.
So, what's the difference between contract and professional? What goes in professional and what goes in contract? Just, maybe in a general sense or
Yeah.
specifically if you have to do that.
Councilmember Clark, through the mayor, I think our professional services tend to be things that are almost like extensions of the city. Our city attorney's contract is one that we consider professional services, whereas the folks that might be that help us with our rugs and our uniforms and things might be considered more of contract services.
Okay. But where does the public safety fit in, or is that a separate category?
Yeah, public safety goes under professional services.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a question or a request. Can we have the PowerPoint emailed to us? It's a little challenging for me to see it this way, and then it's too difficult for me to see it here. And I'm a visual person, so if I could see the PowerPoint on my iPad, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Mayor, we'll get that email to you right now.
Great.
Or to the whole council.
Okay, we're going to continue with budget adjustments by fund. We're going to highlight general fund, Measure X fund, park maintenance, and Measure A funds. Just a reminder, the general fund is the city's primary operating fund, accounting for all financial resources and expenditures that are not restricted for a specific purpose. It provides funding for core services and programs supporting the day-to-day operations of the city. This slide represents the general fund revenues and overall has an increase of $770,100. It's comprised of an increase of $325,700 in taxes, largely due to the passage of Measure B and the combination of higher occupancy and daily rates. HDL Companies, which is our consultant for the collection of the taxes, identify also some illegal and short-term rentals resulting in payment of back TOT along with penalties and fines. So those are also incorporated in the increase. Sales tax increase, a slight increase of $14,350, and again, this reflects statewide sales tax trends. Charges for services are up by $259,300, mainly again from planning charges and building plan checks received year to date. And miscellaneous revenue, $109,100. Primarily includes $83,600 reimbursement from FEMA from prior year storm disasters. The general fund's current revenue budget stands at $13,906,150 with the recommended adjustments of $770,100. The proposed revenue budget increased to $14,676,250. This is the general fund's expenditures and overall has an increase of $343,725. Professional services are up by $183,500. $170,000 of that is for legal services, $10,000 for consulting services related to the city's anticipated transition to Microsoft 365. Personnel costs up by $52,150, $46,650 in wages, and $5,500 in benefits. And these are associated with temporary agreements for the Public Works Director and City Manager positions. Transfers out, net increase of $95,650, $165,000 increase to the Park Maintenance Fund due to the correction of the water budget entry error during the budget process, and offset by a $61,500 credit related to the fiscal year-end carryover in the AB 939 fund. The general fund's current expenditure budget stands at $14,628,650 with the recommended adjustments of $343,725. Proposed expenditure budget increases to $14,972,375. This slide represents the general fund reserves. So the general The general reserves are for, there we go. The general reserve fiscal stability is set at 40% of operating expenditures and transfers to provide fiscal stability and cash flow contingencies. The city is currently meeting this reserve level with a proposed balance of $5,976,550. The general reserve special projects is intended for the use of council's discretion. The city is currently below the policy target with a proposed balance of $901,874 compared to the $1 million target. The general reserve asset replacement is used for fleet and equipment replacement as well as major repairs. The city is also below the policy target for this reserve with a proposed balance of $975,944 against the $1 million target. The city ended the fiscal year 2024-25 with an available fund balance of $3,310,955. The adopted budget for 25-26 assumed a fund balance of $2,586,102, and the proposed projections or available fund balance is $2,851,787. So our fund balance went up. With the adoption of the proposed revenues and expenditures, the council can also approve replenishing the two reserves. These are currently below policy levels, using the available fund balance to bring them to their target amounts. So if at the end council wants, you can also provide us appropriation to get those reserves at the 1 million level. Again, we have any questions?
Yeah. Where would that money come from?
So the available fund balance. So we have $2,851,787 available. If you choose to also appropriate the replenishment of the general reserve, we would move money from that account into the reserve funds.
But otherwise, it would just stay there.
Yes.
And would it be considered best practice to do that, to make those transfers, to make it at the $1 million level?
If we can, yes, we our policy states that the council will strive to get us to the 1 million level. Since we did have an increase to the fund balance, that is an option at this point for you to also replenish the reserves.
But another question to piggyback off of that. So we could make the motion to get it up to the $1 million. But what I'm seeing here is that you all are also proposing an increase. It's just not up to that $1 million. Is that correct in terms of what I'm seeing? Proposed budget fiscal year 2026 compared to 2025?
Oh, there was slight increases on the revenue side for interest. So that puts it, that's why they went up a little higher.
Oh, okay.
So each of these reserves, they have their own fund, and so when we spread the interest, they each earn their own individual interest. So there is a slight change in the proposal for interest went up.
Okay.
Are there any downsides to making the transfer right now from the available fund balance?
No, not that I am aware of.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check.
Vice Mayor, through the mayor, I'll just add a couple of comments here. So not a downside, you would be able to access that money if necessary. I think on one side, I don't even know if I'd say it would be a pro or a con, but your available fund balance is what we use when we need it for various things. And if you added it to your reserves, it would basically kind of like take it out of there, out of sight, out of mind as you make future decisions. And I don't know whether to say whether that's a pro or a con, because, it depends on the decision that you're hoping to make. It would be available. In terms of the reserves, right, they're there when you need them. If all of a sudden, you have a vehicle that goes out, and you make sure that you have those monies there. In terms of, I think, the reserve concept of this, let's maintain $1 million and then we'll just keep using the interest on things. I would say that the interest on these things hasn't necessarily even kept up with inflation, and so that model has possibly cost the city monies in some instances. And so looking forward, we'll be looking at different strategies for how to best use these monies. But there is definitely a pro to just knowing that those monies are there.
I would be interested in, if this is an appropriate time to talk a little bit more about that. It sounds like there were some questions. Councilmember Clark, it sounds like you would be in favor of $1 million. I would be in favor to talk a little bit about if we can increase the increments that we're putting in there. Maybe it's not up to $1 million today, but maybe it's 10,000 or 25,000 in the reserves. But I'm not sure how other council members feel about that.
So the reason that we have the 1 million threshold is can you explain that you said that that's our policy that we generally follow, right? So if we want to follow our own policy that we've been going with, it would be to get to that 1 million level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think in that case, I would probably be in favor of replenishing it to 1 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Councilmember Nomura? Okay. So it sounds like what I'm understanding is that we would want to include some additional funds for those reserves.
Yes, Mayor, and it's mentioned if you needed to access those funds, they are available to access. It just takes it, out of sight for those future decisions, and you ensure that you're at target. I don't think there's times where you're going to be off of that policy, and it's not necessarily, a terrible thing, but it is what we've said is our target goal, and you will have access to it. And so at the end, when you go to make your motion, you'd be able to include that as part of it.
Great. Any other questions from council? I have a question. Lisa, and you mentioned it in the revenue, and I just want to make it really clear in terms of the miscellaneous revenue. A large portion of those dollars came from FEMA. If you can just share a little bit more about that, and that those are one-time dollars, or we can't expect to receive those annually.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll go ahead and answer that. You're exactly right. So how I mentioned earlier that the budget is just a snapshot at a point in time, and it can change immediately. These are from like 2019, 2020. They were submitted years and years ago, and all of a sudden they say, hey, here's your reward, and you have more revenue than you thought you had. It doesn't go into that when we do the budget adoption at the beginning of the year. We always talk about those buckets. It wouldn't be used for ongoing things because we're not expected to receive it again, so it wouldn't go for anything that's like operational, but it goes into that bucket that the council could use for any one-time expenses.
Okay. Looks like there aren't any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with Measure X. Measure X was approved by voters in 2018, took effect April 1st, 2019. These funds from this measure help support the maintenance and operations of the city library, community pool, law enforcement, park maintenance, and capital projects, ensuring these essential services and facilities continue to serve the community effectively. Overall, has a net increase of $78,675 to the fund balance. That's comprised of revenue increase of $160,400, includes $136,000 increase in sales tax due to the statewide trends, $35,500 in state grants for community development. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Measure X current revenue budget stands at $3,869,500 with the recommended adjustments of $160,400. The proposed revenue budget increases to $4,029,900. Under the expenditures, $81,725,000 increase consists of $82,500 in professional services, mainly related to the emergency operations plan. And Measure X current expenditures budget stands at $4,146,450 with the recommended adjustments of $81,725. The proposed expenditure budget increases to $4,228,175. Any questions on Measure X?
What's the miscellaneous charge under the line 3 there? The 11,100.
Under miscellaneous? Let's see if I have that. So I had for Measure X, I had a decrease interest. My projections were higher than I thought. And then we did have an increase, it's like an offset. And we also had an increase in the revenue for the EV stations. So that went up, and then our interest went down, so that's the net effect. Anything else? The Park Maintenance Fund, this was approved in 1997 as a special tax to help support the city's parks. This fund is used to cover groundskeeping, utilities, and other park maintenance needs, ensuring the city's recreational areas are well-maintained and accessible to the community. This slide, again, represents Park Maintenance Fund. Overall, has a net decrease of $50. Expenditures increased by $167,850. That consists of $159,500 in utilities, largely due to the correction of the water budget caused by an entry error during the budget process. The park maintenance current expenditure budget stands at $705,500, with the recommended adjustments of $167,850. The proposed expenditure budget increases to $873,350. Transfers in reflect a proposed increase of $165,000 in subsidies funded by the general fund, resulted from the same correction to the water budget entry. Park maintenance current revenue and transfers budget stands at $705,500, with the recommended adjustments of $167,800. Proposed revenue budget increases to $873,300. Do we have any questions on park maintenance fund? Measure A was approved in 2008 as a 30-year local sales tax program set to sunset in 2038. This fund supports transportation and infrastructure improvements, local street repairs, enhancements to bike and pedestrian safety, and improved transit access. Overall, Measure A fund has a decrease of $92,850 to the fund balance, with expenditures increasing by $111,000. And mainly attributed to the contract services, including $70,000 for additional street maintenance and $40,000 for tree maintenance services. Measure A's current budget stands at $1,366,450, with the recommended adjustments of $111,000. The proposed expenditure budget increases to $1,477,450. Total revenue transfers budget stands at $1,013,850, with the recommended adjustments of $18,150. The proposed revenue budget increases to $1,032,000. And if you have any questions on park maintenance, Measure A.
I have a question about Measure A and the $111,000 for street tree maintenance. Is that amount what we need to get to status quo in terms of with maintenance of our street trees, or if you can share a little bit more about those dollars?
Yes, Mayor. I wouldn't say that, unfortunately. I think this is just about us dealing with some acute issues, and that the landscape maintenance district, that's going to be an item discussed later, would help to be able to address that on a more proactive strategy. But this is just to reduce the city's risk, exposure, and just handle some acute issues.
Great, thank you.
So our authorized full-time position, I want to start just because I've had a couple of comments that I've received recently through different channels about city hiring a number of employees, and I think it's been a result of how we've gotten better at announcing employees when they're hired. But the council has full control of our full-time positions and the numbers that we can hire, and we can't exceed those in any category, which is what we're going to discuss this evening. What I think has happened is, as for example, someone like Jody retired as a librarian, we brought Eric and announced him as the new librarian, and then Tara came in as the new Eric, and then we hired another employee to take over for Tara, and it seems like there were 3 hires when in actuality the city increased 0 positions and we were just filling vacancies. And so I just want to ensure people that the council has full control over the number of positions that we're allowed to have, and those have not changed, not this budget year. And so for that reason, we're here this evening because unfortunately, we don't have a policy or anything that gives me the authority to have overlapping positions like I think we would like, and I think the council has aimed to have in the past as we've done various hires, whether they be for directors, and at a time we really had hoped to have some overlap with Matt Roberts and the incoming director and improve the institutional transfer of knowledge. And so we have one of our folks in the Administrative Services Department that's going to be retiring in April, and because we'd like to have that recruitment going and potentially have some overlap for that transfer, technically we would have 2 of those positions temporarily. And so we're asking for your permission this evening also to have that temporary overlap. We'll have two of that position category, and then when one retires, we'll return back to our normal levels. And in the future, I'd like to bring a policy to you all just to allow that amount of discretion for 2 to 4 weeks of overlap, depending on the position. But while we don't have that, that's why that's there. I wanted to just point that out for folks. And next slide, please. And then just for some takeaways, next slide. So the city's general fund revenues are $770,000 over projected. I just want to tell people again that that's not $770,000 added to our available fund balance. That's $770,000 over what we had budgeted. So, and similarly for expenditures and transfers out, those are also an increase of $344,000. There's a number of times where those things are tied together and are just a wash. So the over $250,000 some odd dollars that, because CDD is just kicking butt and doing all sorts of planning and building permits, their revenues go up, but also we have to increase their expense budget that we charge those services too. And so they end up being a complete wash, but you see an increase on both sides. So what's most important to pay attention to is just the net increase after increased revenues and expenditures to the general fund of $426,000, again, over projected, not into the available fund balance. And then similarly for all funds, which includes Measure A and the Park Maintenance Fund and all of the city's special or restricted funds, our revenues are up $1.2 million, expenditures in total $739,000. You'll see a bigger swing there because all funds tend to include things like grants and things like that come in. So you'll see that, and then but the net increase very similar, $497,000. This is just a couple of the things that you already asked about. So what are some of the reasons for our major revenue adjustments? So the transient occupancy tax was definitely a big one, going from 12 to 15%. And the other things that we mentioned, that was a year-over-year increase of $323,000. And then charges for services, which again includes CDD, is an increase of $259,000. So those are big drivers. On the expenditure side, the increase in legal services, the emergency operations plan, the street and tree maintenance, which we highlighted and will need to be something that we invest in moving forward. And then we mentioned earlier about the public works contract increase on the personnel side. And so we had some extra help here, and that was when Dave Derflinger was here filling in Public Works. We're going to continue to use this slide just because it's something I think the community's become familiar with and have resonated with. And so just some of the things that I think we want to point out here. So revenues are higher than projected, but the available fund balance, which is the blue line at the bottom, is still decreasing because their revenues are not keeping up with expenditures. The Park Maintenance Fund, which we showed earlier, is still heavily subsidized. Nearly $700,000 comes from the general fund. This is the same story that we talked about with our landscape maintenance district. I bring this up because I don't want to create something that the city's constantly coming back or that we are somehow suggesting that the assessment district or anything is the solution that's going to get us there. They are part of a larger strategy of just getting things that have become outdated and catching them up. And that park maintenance fund is one of those items that it will be for the future. It didn't fall under Prop 218, so we didn't take it on. It's actually a special tax that requires a 2/3 majority vote to pass, and so that would be a whole other effort to take on if we decide to do that in the future. The trajectory. So I've recently had a number of community members come up to me and talk to me about the concept of just belt tightening. They see what's going on with the city's budget and they just think we really need to cut back. And I try to express to them how lean we are as a city, and that the real issue is that what I mentioned earlier is that the trajectory of expenses and revenues, when you have your revenues increasing at 1% to 2%, and you have maybe one of your largest expenses in public safety increasing at 5% and up, if you belt tightened this year, the belt would have to be tightened more the next year, and you get to a point where you're in somewhat of a downward spiral that can take the city years to recover from. And so I just want to assure the council and the community that we are doing everything we can to conserve costs. Contractors tend to come up a lot. If the city doesn't see work ongoing, it doesn't make sense to hire a full-time person, and the benefits if the work's not going to continue. So we might invest more in a consultant. We know they're more than staff, but it's because it's just start and end time to their work. And then there's any time that we can bring work in-house, like we did with the street tree, like we did with the long-range planning division. Those monies used to go to the city attorney because we had them doing all of our long-range planning work. And it's been definitely a lot more affordable to bring it in-house. So I just want to assure people that we are definitely belt tightening, but with those trajectories, the only way to get where we need to get is for the city to start having revenues that are keeping pace with those expenses. And so we're working on strategies to do that, and we'll be bringing that back to your council in the future. I think that kind of covers it for that, and happy to answer any questions on that last section.
Thank you. I'd like to see, at some point, a number of employees that we have this year versus the number of employees we had last year versus the number of employees we had the year before that. That kind of thing, that trend of that.
Councilmember Clark, happy to do that.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
this year might have been one, and so it won't be drastic, but we'll definitely bring that back.
A question. So you mentioned the creation of a policy about these overlap positions, which I'm sure we all agree it's really important to have that institutional knowledge be passed on. What are the next steps for establishing that policy? Is that like part of this motion? Is that something that's going to come back at the staff level at a future meeting?
Yes, Vice Mayor Slaughter. So through the mayor, we'd agendize that and bring it back to your
okay, great.
council at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clark, again through the mayor, we'll bring this back, but actually on for those people at home who may not be tuning in the next time we go over this. In our budget document on page 30, it covers the increases of full-time staff. So since 2020, we have added 3. So in 2022, or sorry, not 2020, in 22-23, we had 40 staff. In 23-24, we had 41. And then since 24-25, we have had 43 staff.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you.
Any additional questions? I have a question just in terms of the policy, the overlap policy. I would be in agreement to do that as long as it was within reason. 4 weeks may seem like a lot. I'm sure it depends on the position and the circumstance, but as long as it's modest and reasonable, just enough to pass down the information that's needed.
Yeah, Mayor, that's great feedback. I think we would feel the same if, if it was a director level position and there was, you had somebody, like whether it was a Dave or a Matt Roberts who'd been in the position for a long time and you thought, whereas if you had somebody who was maybe a year and then you had to hire again, you probably wouldn't build in that same thing. But I agree with you 100%. We would use our discretion with that.
And then I have another question. If we were to move forward with the motion in terms of the additional reserves, how does that change like your key takeaway slide, or does it not?
Yes, Mayor. So the available fund balance would, so the takeaways as far as the increase in revenue and expenditures in general will stay the same. They might have to switch categories. And the available fund balance will decrease by the amount that we put into the reserves.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, doesn't look like we have any other questions.
That concludes our report.
Okay, there were more slides on the PowerPoint. But
Oh,
maybe
those,
that's
those
done.
are our bonus slides in case we get asked
Okay.
questions that we weren't expecting, then we use those extra slides.
Perfect.
We didn't ask enough questions.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that there aren't any other questions from council, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for any last minute, not last minute, but any additional questions, comments, and of course, a motion.
If I could ask city staff, what would be the language to use regarding the reserve replenishment to add to the motion?
Vice Mayor, I think if you made a motion to, to adopt staff recommendations with the modification of increasing the available, increasing the restricted fund balances to the targeted million policy.
Okay, but then I will try to make the motion. I move to receive the mid-year budget report and approve amendments to the adopted budget and authorize full-time position list as provided for in attachments B and C respectively, and also adopt staff recommendation to increase the restricted fund balance to the targeted amount of $1 million.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Does that motion cover what you're requesting on the temporary overlaps?
Councilmember Clark, no, it does. It covers it for this one instance
Okay.
that we're discussing, but on long term, I'll bring back a policy for ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, for the roll call vote, Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer.
Aye.
Councilmember Namura.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. Great. Thank you for putting on that report, Lisette. And of course, city manager and vice city manager, assistant city manager, all of you. Okay, we'll now move on to the public hearing, which is item number 12. So this is the time and place for the duly noticed public hearing regarding the proposed formation of Carpinteria Landscape Maintenance District number 2025-1 and the proposed levy and collection of assessments commencing in fiscal year 2026-2027. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and Article 13D of the California Constitution, Proposition 218. The public hearing is now officially opened. We will first receive the staff report, after which I will open the floor for public testimony and receipt of any remaining ballots.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good evening. So I have the privilege of providing a verbal presentation on the proposed formation of Landscape Maintenance District number 2025-1. Bear with me. I'm going to be covering most aspects of what's in the staff report, so quite a bit of words here, but I'll try to get through it so we have this down on the record. So the city currently administers Landscape Maintenance District number 3, which funds landscaping and right-of-way maintenance services throughout the city. These services include the maintenance of our street trees, the landscape medians, parkways, and other landscaping improvements located within the public right-of-way of the city. This district formed approximately 30 years ago, and the existing district structure has become outdated such that no longer it reflects the current service levels and program costs to actually run this program. To address this funding gap and modernize the program, on November 10th, 2025, the City Council, our council, initiated proceedings to form a new landscape maintenance district. 3 actions were taken by the council that night to begin the district formation. First, the City Council adopted resolution of initiation, which directed the preparation and filing of the engineer's report for the proposed district. Second, the City Council adopted a resolution of intention, which preliminarily approved the engineer's report. It declared the City Council's intention to form the district and ordered the Proposition 218 property owner ballot proceeding. Third, the City Council adopted a procedural resolution establishing the city's benefit assessment setting procedures pursuant to Assembly Bill 2257, which establishes the administrative procedures for submitting written objections to a proposed assessment prior to the public hearing. Together, these actions initiated the formal formation process that has led to tonight's public hearing. So the engineer's report for the Landscape Maintenance District was prepared by Wildan Financial Services. They're with us this evening if you guys have any questions for them. And it is provided in Attachment A for tonight's staff report. The report defines the district boundary, it identifies the services to be funded, it establishes the proportional assessment methodology, and includes the district diagram and assessment role, identifying the proposed assessment for each parcel. Services funded by the district include maintenance of landscaping improvements located throughout the city's public rights-of-way. And these services include, as I mentioned, the maintenance of street trees, landscape medians, parkways, sidewalks, and other landscaping improvements located within the city. Assessments are allocated using what's called an equivalent benefit unit methodology, which distributes the program costs proportionally among parcels based on the relative benefit received from the landscaping improvements. Pursuant to Proposition 218, notices and ballots were mailed to property owners on January 9th, which was above the 45-day threshold for this public hearing requirement. As part of that process, ballots were allowed to be returned by mail or delivered directly to the city clerk prior to the close of tonight's public testimony portion of this public hearing. So ballots are weighted according to the proportional financial obligation assigned to each parcel, and if ballots representing more than 50% of the weighted assessment oppose the proposal, a majority protest exists and the district cannot be formed. If a majority protest does not exist, the City Council may approve formation of the district and authorize the levy of assessments. So as mentioned, the City Council previously adopted the benefit assessment setting procedures pursuant to Assembly Bill 2257. Those procedures are provided in Attachment B of tonight's staff report. These procedures establish the process by which property owners may submit written objections to a proposed assessment prior to the public hearing. Under 2257, property owners must first submit a timely written objection through this administrative process before filing a legal challenge to the assessment. The procedures are intended really to ensure transparency in the assessment process and provide a clear administrative framework for considering objections prior to any potential litigation. And for the record, no written objections were received by the city. Following the close of the public hearing tonight, the city clerk, along with Wildan staff, will tabulate the ballots. Ballot tabulation will likely continue into tomorrow and will be conducted here in the City Council chambers beginning at 9 a.m. The public is welcome to attend this evening and also attend tomorrow morning and observe the counting of the ballots. Once the tabulation and canvassing of the ballot protests is complete, the protest ballot, the results will be presented to the City Council at our next meeting on March 23rd, at which time the City Council will determine whether a majority protest exists. So tonight, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony regarding the proposed assessment for Carpinteria Landscape District number 2025-1. And further, we recommend that the City Council adopt resolution number 6438, provided in attachment C of the staff report, closing the public testimony portion of the public hearing and the period for submitting property owner protest ballots, and directing the tabulation of protest ballots to occur in public view in the City Council chambers right here this evening and tomorrow, and to be considered continued as necessary upon completion. The resolution would also continue the public hearing, as I mentioned, to the March 23rd, 2026 City Council meeting, at which time the City Council will receive the ballot results, and if no majority protest exists, they can consider the formation of the Carpinteria Landscape Maintenance District, and then consider the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2026-27. So that's it for our staff presentation this night, and we're available for any questions.
Great. Questions from council?
Just two quick questions. So if the district is ultimately formed, then what kind of future adjustments to the assessment levels, how would those be handled? Would it have to be another Prop 218 process, or how does that work going forward?
Yeah, really good question. So the engineer's report does establish both the maximum assessment amount and the adjustment formula. And those parameters were included in the Proposition 218 ballots that were mailed to property owners. Beginning in fiscal year 27-28, the maximum allowable assessment may increase annually using the assessment range formula. The formula allows the maximum assessment to increase by the greater of either 3% or the change in the consumer price index for all urban consumers, the West region, with an annual cap of 6%. So essentially CPI. This adjustment updates the maximum allowable assessment, but it does not automatically increase the amount that the property owners pay. Each year, staff prepares an engineer's report and a district budget, and the City Council reviews that budget and approves the actual assessment levy as part of the city's budget process. So the annual assessment must remain at or below that calculated maximum assessment amount by the formula. And then if the city ever proposed an assessment above that maximum amount, we would have to go back out for a Prop 218 process.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Makes sense. And then just really quickly, so I know you mentioned what the funds would be used towards, like the median and the tree, but can you just so that the public is aware again, like what are some more specifics of how these landscape district funds are used?
Absolutely. So great question, council member. So if the district is approved, the primary change that residents would see is the establishment of this dedicated funding source to support these services on a stable and predictable basis. Today, many of these activities rely on our discretionary funding, so from the general fund, and formation of the district would help ensure that the city has reliable funding to continue maintaining these improvements over the long term. This provides greater certainty that the city can continue addressing important maintenance needs such as our tree management, our sidewalk repairs, that are associated with tree root damages and other things that are caused by the landscaping within the city. And establishing the district also reduces, like I mentioned, that reliance on the general fund. So those funds would then be freed up for other core city services such as public safety, our street and road maintenance, or other community priorities. So from a practical standpoint, the district really helps ensure these improvements can be maintained consistently, responsibly each year with a dedicated funding source.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. I will now open the public testimony portion of this hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the proposed formation of the district or the assessments should present a speaker card to the city clerk. If you have not yet submitted your ballot, you may do so at this time. Ballots must be received prior to the close of the public testimony portion of this public hearing to be counted. At the close of this public testimony portion of this public hearing, I will announce the final opportunity to submit ballots, after which ballots no longer will be accepted. I do not have any speaker slips. Doesn't look like anyone in the audience would like to make a public testimony. Do we have anyone? Are we allowing Zoom?
Yes.
Public testimony? Okay.
At this time, we do not have any speakers on Zoom.
So I will officially close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. Therefore, this is now the final opportunity to submit ballots. I will now, any other council questions and discussion? I will now bring this matter back to the city council for any questions or comments prior to calling for the tabulation of ballots. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution closing with the public testimony portion of the public hearing and the period for submitting property owner protest ballots, directing the tabulation of property owner protest ballots to occur in public view on March 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. in City Council chambers and to be continued as necessary to completion, and continuing the public hearing to the March 23rd, 2026 City Council meeting for the purpose of declaring the results of the tabulation, and if no majority protest exists, considering formation of the Carpinteria Landscape Maintenance District number 2025-1 and levy of assessments for fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
So moved.
We have a first. Do we
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
Councilmember Mayor.
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. The resolution is now adopted. At this time, the city clerk or their designee may now proceed to open and tabulate the ballots received. As necessary, the tabulation of ballots will be continued in public view on March 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. here in City Council chambers at 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California, and may be continued as necessary until completion. This public hearing shall be continued to the next City Council meeting scheduled for March 23rd, 2026, for the purpose of declaring the results of the tabulation, and if no majority protest exists, considering the formation of the Carpinteria Landscape Maintenance District number 2025-1 and levy of assessments for fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
Thank you, Mayor. As city clerk, I will designate Wildan to tabulate the ballots. Ballots shall be weighted according to each parcel's proportional financial obligation as required by Article 13D of the California Constitution. Ballot tabulation will continue as necessary until complete. The results of the ballot tabulation will be presented to the City Council for confirmation at the March 23rd, 2026 City Council meeting in accordance with the resolution governing these proceedings.
Thank you, Mayor. So we can proceed to the next item, and then once that item concludes, we'll finish up the meeting, and then we'll commence the tabulation.
Excellent. Okay, so we will now move on to item number 13. So this is the time and place for the duly noticed public hearing regarding the proposed formation of the Coastal Berm Assessment District and the proposed levy and collection of assessments commencing in fiscal year 2026 to 2027. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the Benefit Assessment Act of 1982 and Article 13D of the California Constitution, which is Proposition 218. The public hearing is now officially opened. We will first receive the staff report, after which I will open the floor for public testimony and receipt of any remaining ballots.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Lots of process here tonight. So we're going to do the same thing again for the Coastal Berm Assessment District. So I'll now present on the proposed formation of the Carpinteria Coastal Berm Assessment District. So since 1983, the city has constructed a seasonal winter berm along the Carpinteria City Beach to provide protection from storm waves and coastal flooding that would otherwise impact beachfront properties and nearby infrastructure. The berm is constructed during the winter storm season and removed during the late spring months in order to preserve public beach access and recreational use of the beach. Historically, this program has been funded through the Carpinteria City Beach Winter Protection Berm Assessment District, also known as District Number 5, which was originally formed in 1992. Following the passage of Proposition 218, a property owner vote was conducted in 97 that established the assessment rates that remain in place today. Over time, those assessment rates have remained essentially fixed, while the cost of constructing, maintaining, administering the berm has steadily increased. So to address this funding gap and modernize the program, on November 10th, 2025, the City Council adopted resolutions initiating the proceedings to form a new Coastal Berm Assessment District. The first resolution directed the preparation and filing of the engineer's report. The second resolution declared the City Council's intention to form the district, preliminary approving the engineer's report, and ordered the Proposition 218 process. Those actions initiated the formation process that has led to tonight's meeting. So the engineer's report for the proposed district was prepared by Will Dan and is provided in Attachment A of tonight's staff report. The engineer's report defines the district boundaries, identifies the improvements and services to be funded, establishes the assessment methodology, and includes the district diagram again, an assessment role identifying the proposed assessment for each parcel. The report also establishes the proportional benefit analysis required under Proposition 218, demonstrating that properties within the district receive a special benefit that is distinct from the general benefit to the public. The berm program includes the seasonal construction and removal of the earthen berm that I mentioned. The berm is roughly 1,375 feet in length and approximately 40 feet wide at its base and approximately 9.5 feet tall. Once constructed, the berm must be monitored and maintained throughout the winter storm season. During significant weather events, emergency repairs or reinforcement may be required to maintain the protective function of the berm. In addition to the physical construction activities, the program also includes environmental permitting and compliance, biological monitoring, surveying, administrative program oversight and management, and contingency planning for major storm events. Assessments within the district are allocated using, again, that equivalent benefit unit or EBU methodology. The EBUs represent the proportional special benefit that each parcel receives from the berm, and this methodology ensures that the costs of the program are allocated proportionally among the properties that receive the special benefit of flood protection from the berm. So pursuant to Proposition 218, the city mailed notices and property owner ballots to affected property owners on January 9th, more than 45 days prior to this public hearing. Property owners, again, may return their ballots by mail or deliver them this evening prior to the close of our public testimony. Ballots are weighted according to the proportional financial obligation assigned to each parcel, as I mentioned. If ballots opposing the proposed assessment exceed 50% of the weighted assessment amount, the majority protest exists and the city may not form the district or impose the assessment. If a majority protest does exist, the city council may approve the formation of the district and authorize the levy of assessments. So the City Council previously adopted the benefit assessment setting procedures pursuant to AB 2257. That is also in Attachment B of tonight's report. Again, that provides the same timely written objections opportunity. And again, we did not receive any of those written objections. Following the close of tonight's public hearing this evening, the city clerk, along with the Wildan staff, will begin tabulation of the ballots. Once the tabulation and canvass of the protest ballots is complete, the results will be presented to the City Council at the March 23rd City Council meeting, at which time the City Council will determine whether a majority protest exists. So again, staff recommends that City Council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and then further we recommend that the council adopt Resolution 6439, providing an Attachment C of tonight's staff report, closing the public testimony portion of the public hearing and the period for submitting property owner protest ballots, directing the tabulation of protest ballots to occur in public view tonight and tomorrow morning here in City Council chambers, and to be continued as necessary until completion. The resolution would continue the public hearing, as I mentioned, to March 23rd, at which time the City Council will receive the results, as I mentioned. And then that concludes my presentation.
Questions from council?
Just one quick question. So the report, the engineer's report identifies about 401 feet inland as a point where the berm's protective effect starts to diminish.
Yeah.
Can you just for the public, especially in the beach neighborhood, can you explain how that 400 feet limit was established?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Really good question. So that boundary comes from the benefit analysis that was conducted by an assessment engineer at Wildan and as part of the engineer's report.
Mm-hmm.
So the engineer evaluated the measurable factors, including the distance from the berm, the ground elevation, the parcel size, and the land use. use, and using GIS mapping and coastal hazard modeling prepared for the district. The city's 2023 coastal hazard modeling simulated storm wave run-up, overtopping, and coastal flooding associated with 1% annual chance in storm event. That was the model that was used to conduct that analysis. The modeling showed that the berm provides the greatest reduction in flood depth and wave energy within roughly that 400 feet inland from the berm. So based on that analysis, the engineer established 2 proximity zones. The first zone is the one that extends to that 0 to 401 feet, and then the next is beyond that. So where parcels receive the highest level of protection and therefore the highest level of special benefit is that first zone. Parcels located farther inland, they still do receive that special benefit, but it's definitely at a reduced level, which is reflected in the second benefit zone, and why there's a lower equivalent benefit unit. If the council would like additional technical detail, city's assessment engineer can provide more information if needed. As I mentioned, Will Dan is here.
No, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate for anybody who might be listening, especially the beach neighborhood residents, so that they understand exactly the calculations that went into play for this proportionality assessment.
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor, my apologies. I forgot. Thank you for those questions.
Okay. Seeing no other questions? I now open the public testimony portion of this hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the proposed formation of the district or the assessments should present a speaker card to the city clerk. If you have not yet submitted your ballot, you may do so at this time. Ballots must be received prior to the close of public testimony portion of this public hearing in order to be counted. At the close of the public testimony portion of this public hearing, I will announce the final opportunity to submit ballots, after which ballots no longer will be accepted. I do not have any speaker card slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay. Before I close the public testimony portion of this hearing, is there anyone else who would like to speak or submit a ballot? This is the final opportunity to submit any remaining ballots. Seeing none, I now close the public testimony portion of this hearing. No further testimony or ballots will be accepted. I will now bring this matter back to the City Council for any questions or comments prior to calling for the tabulation of ballots. No questions from council. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution closing both the public testimony portion of this public hearing and the period for submitting property owner protest ballots, directing the tabulation of property owner protest ballots to occur in public view on March 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. in City Council chambers and to be continued as necessary to completion, and continuing the public hearing to the March 23rd, 2026 City Council meeting for the purpose of declaring the results of the tabulation, and if no majority protest exists, considering the formation of the Carpinteria Coastal Berm Assessment District and levy of assessments for fiscal year 2026-2027.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. The resolution is adopted. At this time, the city clerk or their designee may now proceed to open and tabulate the ballots received. As necessary, the tabulation of ballots will be continued in public view on March 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. here in City Council chambers at 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California, and may be continued as necessary until completion. This public hearing shall be continued to the next City Council meeting scheduled for March 23rd, 2026, for the purpose of declaring the results of the tabulation, and if no majority protest exists, considering formation of the Carpinteria Coastal Berm Assessment District and levy of assessments for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, as City Clerk, I will designate Wildan to tabulate the ballots. Ballots shall be weighted according to each parcel's proportional financial obligation as required by Article 13D of the California Constitution. Ballot tabulation will continue as necessary until complete. The results of the ballot tabulation will be presented to the City Council for confirmation at the March 23rd, 2026 City Council meeting in accordance with the resolution governing these proceedings.
Excellent, thank you. We will now move on. All legislative update, there is none. Confirming?
Mayor Alarcon, I do, through the,
Okay.
and council members, I do have a quick one that was brought to my attention at the last minute, if you'll entertain me, if that's okay.
Yes.
So, quick legislative update on Senate Bill 922. I'm happy to come back with additional information if you all are interested in this, but it proposes to revise Section 9400.8 of the California Vehicle Code to make it easier for local governments to pass fees or charges that are imposed to recover the costs of street maintenance and repair. So, currently, this section of the California Vehicle Code prohibits local governments from imposing fees and charges for the privilege of using city streets. To clarify that this prohibition only applies to fees or charges on commercial vehicles that are based on the vehicle's weight, and does not apply broadly to other fees or charges that are imposed for what courts have kind of termed the term of art is the privilege of using the city streets. So SB 922 would expressly reject recent case law's interpretation of this section of the Vehicle Code, and clarify that the prohibition on local agencies, local governments, passing fees or charges to recover costs for street maintenance and repair would only apply to weight fees, so fees imposed based on a vehicle's weight. But they could impose fees based on other things like providing the benefit of certain contractors or certain types of vehicles using city streets. So it does broaden, it gives cities back more discretion to pass those fees and charges in one very specific instance. So I'm not sure if you're interested in providing any letter in opposition or in support of that, or if you're interested in hearing more information.
More information.
No problem, Councilmember Clark through the mayor. Is there any particular information that you would like?
Well, so maybe how we could use that, or like, you know, how that would help us.
So I can get very into the weeds on kind of the court case that this piece of legislation is meant to overrule. So there was a recent court case that interpreted this section of the Vehicle Code to strike down any type of fee or charge that's connected to the use of the city streets. So, for example, in this case, which is Rogers v. City of Redlands, the Court of Appeals struck down a biosolids, what was called a biosolids impact fee, which was essentially a trash collection fee, because the fee was calculated in part based on the corresponding impact on city street maintenance that a certain quantity of biosolids would cause. So, you know, think of a trash truck, how much a trash truck weighs, et cetera. And so that's because the prohibition, the court said, well, there's a prohibition in the Vehicle Code that says that cities can't pass on fees and charges based on the weight of a vehicle, right? And so here, this the proposed
privilege of using city streets.
right. So based on that, so this proposed legislation is saying that the prohibition only applies to weight fees, but doesn't apply to other types of fees that are termed as the privilege. You know, it's really it gets very.
Can we use it?
I know I'm starting to lose everyone up there. The question is, we don't know at this point. We may be able to use it at some point. It provides more discretion for local agencies, for cities to pass on fees and charges in the future.
We talked about this kind of stuff before, but the most recent example was the one that Councilmember Nomura brought up in conjunction with the Chevron EIR and having to do with, I mean, they're good, heavy traffic coming out of there with a lot of stuff, and to what extent is that going to tear up our roads, you know?
So I think that's a,
So how do you, I mean, do we have to measure each vehicle as they go out and weigh them?
so Councilmember Clark, through the mayor, I'm hearing Michael whisper back here, but I believe he's correct. In that case, it's more of a condition of the permit, right? Versus I believe what the, so if I head to, without going through and reading all of these past cases, et cetera, and all of the pleadings, I believe that where this case came from is, there was a recent case several years ago, it's Zolli v. City of Oakland, and it constrained cities' abilities to pass on or to go through, what is the word I'm looking for solid waste services to charge fees for residents without going through Prop 218 services. And so they get into all of this very technical language on, in terms of like privilege of using a city street versus an imposed fee, et cetera. So I believe that this is one way cities are trying to get around that requirement and be able to impose fees or charge fees to those different types of vehicles that may cause harm to city streets. In the case that the legislation was presented in order to overturn, it was trash haulers, right? So it would allow cities to charge trash haulers a certain amount of money based on the privilege to use their streets, because using their streets with heavy vehicles would cause additional harm that they are asking them to pay, since they're getting a commercial benefit from driving their large vehicles on the streets. We may be able to use that. Currently, I don't have anything in mind.
Comment I have, that would be is if we did support this and endorse it, what guarantees, and which I don't think we would have, would be a retaliatory charge for cities that actually put those into action.
So that's a great question, Councilmember Nomura, through the mayor. I think that is less of a, I think that's likely less of a potential or a likely outcome. I think the more likely outcome is that the judiciary is going to be angry that the legislature is trying to overrule their interpretation of law, and then there's going to be another court case that finds another way around this. So I don't know how long this will stand. I think it's that continual tug of war between city discretion.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any support for a letter, or I'm not seeing any at this time? Okay. All right, thank you for the update.
No problem.
Great. We will now move on to committee reports.
So MTD met last week, MTD board, and we received presentations about the first draft of fiscal year 2026-27 budget. We also went over the Measure A program of projects submission from MTD, and then adopted those projects. Then another update I have, this is more of a general one. So I had attended a tour of the Santa Barbara County Carpinteria Clinic right next to the Veterans Hall, and I was really impressed by the different services that are offered there, and the staff there expressed an interest in making a presentation during a future council meeting to inform the public more about what they're going to be able to do. So I think it's going to be on the April 13th agenda to have that presentation. So I think that's going to be really great for hopefully residents to hear more about what that little clinic can offer, because it offers almost exclusively services to the Carpinteria community. So that should be exciting.
Seeing no other.
I do have one,
Okay.
yeah. I gave this to each of you to take a look at. This is the Central Coast Community Energy Annual Report, and just for FYI. I also gave some to staff, so they have those available to them. There is going to be an upcoming special event, something that's happening. I can't tell you exactly what that is yet. I haven't been briefed on it, but I believe it's going to be within the next couple weeks. They'll be rolling something out. The other request I do have goes back to staff. Brian, if you would mind, on the committee reports, if we could have an agenda again with that list, the listing of positions and who sits on each of those committees and subcommittees.
Certainly, Councilmember Nomura. Actually, I forgot to, we've got some of these agendas with that list printed out here. I'm sorry, I forgot to give you one.
Actually, if you could just put on as an attachment, I'd be happy.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my comments.
Attendance of council members for future meetings? Yes, everyone will attend.
And just a reminder, Mayor Alacon, there is a special meeting on the 16th, I believe. It's a joint City Council, Planning Commission, and ARB meeting.
Perfect. Looks like everyone will also be there. Okay, it is 9:41 and we will officially adjourn the meeting. Thank you.